require a set of requirements. We do not have a certificate of good standing from the state of Illinois, and the bylaws require, I'll start off with paragraph D of the application. New member associations shall be approved and seated only at annual convention. Recognized associations anticipating approval as a member association at annual convention shall submit a letter to the secretary, a list of current officers no less than 60 days prior to convention. The membership committee met with one of the committees that met yesterday. We discussed, made the rest of the committee aware of Ilbra's request to be a member association. And as of yesterday, I didn't have this paperwork and it came to me this morning. So the paperwork is missing the certificate of good standing from the state, and we did not get a request for the board to recognize Ilbra as a recognized association. And so at this point in time, the 60 days has requirement passed 60 days ago. And we don't have a complete, all the documents required for membership. So based on us not having a complete membership packet and 60 days not being met, we're not able to seat them as a member association today per our bylaws. Now, what can happen is we get the certificate of good standing. At the next board meeting, we can make a recommendation to the board that Ilbra be a recognized association that gives them their members the ability to compete in our rodeos, but recognized associations do not have a vote in the board meetings until they become a member association. Associations can only become a member association once they are seated at convention. So the member association status will have to wait until our next convention per our bylaws. So, questions? Okay. I want to express my support for a new association joining us. I wish there was more we could do, but we definitely want to see a former association coming back into the fold, being part of the family. So if there's anything we can do to help Ilbra, I hope we will bend over backwards to help them build their organization and get them back into stride zero. Thank you.
Number 11. We sent it to Frank. I think he's. Main page at the bottom, he said pork chop.
The convention agenda was also emailed to all of your trustees of your organization as well.
It's usually on our table.
It's a great hotel. They preferred us not to print it.
Randy, can you reset? Always on time.
We asked.
Always. It's our first convention. It's our first convention.
We don't have to print them anymore. You can look at it on the thing. Or normally you can look at it up here, but that's not running yet. So.
Yeah, we've always done business, regardless.
Did everybody get them? The next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of the previous convention.
Oh, okay, I'm going to follow my sword here. I do not have the Denver minutes. When I went to print out the Denver minutes, the file was corrupted with part of the Salt Lake minutes. So I've got to go back to the paper copies and recreate the Denver Convention minutes from 3 years ago. So I discovered that a week ago when we were getting all the stuff sent out for the board meeting. So I do not have the Denver minutes available today, but I will get them recreated and I will send them out to all of the trustees to share with all of their members associations, and we can take any questions. But my apologies for that. So I'll leave it at that. Just keep it short and simple.
Any, number two?
Don't we have to approve those minutes in order for us to move forward with other business?
Parliamentarian said no. Next item is the executive board reports. I'm going to defer mine until at the end. So, Mipsy, are you ready?
Yeah. It's on?
Yes.
Oh, you're so kind to me. Who knew? Are you sure it's on?
You turned it off.
Oh, well, who knew? Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Last year's royalty team for 2022, well, actually this year's 2022 team raised $12,900 for the International Gay Rodeo Association for us to proceed. It was a hard feat, but they got through it, and everyone was able to meet the requirements, which I was very satisfied with. We did not hit all the rodeos this year. We did not, I believe it was San Fran's. We did not hit Buck of the Bay. I believe we didn't hit. So that was the only rodeo that I don't think any Nigeria royalty team was at. We just had a competition in Oklahoma City in October, and we do have a new royalty team. These kids, these individuals worked really, really hard, and they had to put up with a lot for this competition because we had them going all over the place and stuff. So your Miss International Gay Rodeo Association for 2023, Miss Selena Jorges. Your Miss International Gay Rodeo Association first runner-up, Madame Felicia Monroe. That is a mouthful, and she won't cut it down, I asked her to. Your Miss IGRA second runner-up, Tessie Taylor. Your Mr. International Gay Rodeo Association for 2023, Tucker Crow. Sorry. Weston Crow Tucker. Sorry, I named my dog after his last name, so I have Tucker in my mind because I was talking to my other half this morning. And your Mr. International Gay Rodeo Association, Rocket Cox.
Yeah.
These individuals have a lot to do this year. We've been really successful in the last couple of years in raising money. The 2021 raised almost $22,000 during a COVID pandemic, so that was incredible. And then for the current team to raise $1,209, I think is fabulous. So I think we're on the right track. We just need to get a little more involvement on our association levels to increase participation in the royalty team. I thank you, and see you later with committee reports.
Thank you, Mason. Next is David.
Unfortunately, I have to do this from here because my computer battery is about 5 minutes long. The financials, if you go down to the treasurer item, you can pull up the financials for the month of October, our most current month. I know everybody's had plenty of time to look this over. Are there any questions? In regards to the receivables of $10,000, which is your last page, there are no associations with anything outstanding at this time. Jack Daniels is paid. The Convention and Visitors Commission is still outstanding. The other items have been paid with the exception of James Talley. On the payable side, we did receive the final invoice from the arena, and that was paid right after the board meeting. And Tom Tripp has been paid. So that clears up the receivables and the payables. The biggest item I think you want to look at is the finance. It shows a profit of $39.71.11. That was as of October 31. Subsequent to that date, we got the final bill from the grounds and a few other items. The only item that's still outstanding is we have not received the invoice from the ambulance. We have estimated it, but we don't know the actual number. At this time, I predict, depending on that we will make around 5,000, maybe 5,200. Don't hold me on that, it depends on the bill.
Number 5.
James, I just want to say, we never received a bill from the agency.
I know.
Not sure y'all will either.
I know we have not received the invoice yet, but does that mean it's donated?
I guess they never sent us ours
Oh,
for our review.
When I talked to them last, they said since we're considered a non-profit, they'll probably just go ahead and waive our fees if it wasn't over a certain amount of money.
okay, your bottom line just went up $1,400.
Thirteen.
David, I just want to let you know, I did finally get an email back from the Convention Visitors Bureau. He emailed me on Friday, after several of my emails to him and phone calls. We do have a conference call Monday early morning. And as soon as I find out what he has to tell me, he said all the paperwork looked good, everything was done. He just wanted to have a conversation, so I should be able to give you a time frame for that check Monday.
I wasn't really worried about that. Thank you for the information.
Money's money, right?
A receivable is nice, but cash is better.
Cash is king.
Any other questions? Thank you.
For the WGRF committee, make sure we get the same ambulance people. Michael?
All right, it's been 3 years since we've met. I have a question for everybody. Have you seen that video from the North Star Rodeo? If you have not seen that video, it is worth see. Wes Gibbons did goat dressing with Malcolm, who's reliant on a walker. Malcolm and Wes did goat dressing in North Star. It was, that video will bring tears to your eyes. Then we got the finals. Wes picked Malcolm as his partner for goat dressing at finals. And Malcolm once again got out there in the arena, and he had been told he couldn't do this. Well, Cade and Wes and many others don't say he can't. They helped him, and he competed in finals at goat dressing. So then we completed finals. We got 2 awards, and people came to me and said, "We want Malcolm to get a medal. We do medals at finals." I sure don't have an issue with that. So we went to the Rotary director, and they were like, "Hell yeah, we'll do a medal." So we introduced our local winners for the event, and then at the end of the event, Malcolm got a medal for goat dressing. Our goat dressing champions for the weekend, Dave Lawson and Greg Gay, then walked up and presented Malcolm with the goat dressing buckle for finals. That is what we are about.
Exactly.
That reminds me of the Andre that I knew when I first started 30 years ago. I was so proud, so happy. There weren't a whole lot of dry eyes that night at the awards and finals. Now we're going to go back to 3 years ago. 3 years ago, things were tough. We found out that we had lost our 501c3 status from IRS. We had a group of folks that did some checking, and yes, we had lost the status. And it was due to a misunderstanding based on the dates on the paperwork from the IRS as to when we needed to file tax returns. Well, David and Michael and some others worked their butt off to address the tax filings and so forth. The IRS restored our 501c3 status. That was not an easy accomplishment, and our hats are off to Michael Lentz and David Hill both for jumping through hoops to get that status back. We got a fine from the IRS to the tune of about $4,500 about some filings and so forth. That was researched, and we responded back to, when I say I responded back to the IRS and basically asked for an abatement and forgiveness. The IRS said, yes, we will forgive that $4,500 fine. And so the board and David, we've been on top of the tax return, making sure we've got everything in order, everything filed. We now have electronic receipts for stuff. So we have had some successes as an organization, and so that comes from teamwork. However, the last 3 years, I have seen constant hostility. We've had some discussions, even at board meetings and after board meetings, and people say this is an adversarial environment. We should not be in an adversarial environment. We should not be hostile to one another. I have seen people, I've seen Candy attacked over and over and being blamed for things that she had no control over. There are decisions that our board of directors, me included, made in what we thought was in the best interest of this organization. And so things that Candy was blamed for, was decisions that the board of directors made. We need to, if someone has a question about a decision that the board has made, everyone should be able to ask any question of anybody and get, we need to communicate with each other. We need to work together. I do everything I can to help every association possible. I think sometimes we forget the family that we are. We have, I can say I know probably 80 to 90% of the people in this room. There are some new faces in your associations that I have not had the pleasure of interacting with at this point, but we have a lot of good people in this organization. We have similar goals. So let's try and bury the hatchet and let's work on working together more and doing things to build the organization, increase our contestants, increase our rodeos. I'm thrilled to say that we've got 12 rodeos on the schedule again for this next year. We have a association that hasn't had a rodeo in 19 years. We're going to Salt Lake City next year, folks. We're rodeo. I know some of you can't get to no one except Pork Chop can get to everywhere.
No, Tessie, I missed one.
Anyway, we saw some new things on the surface this year. Colorado's rodeo was amazing. We had skydivers bringing the flags in to the arena. Phoenix Rodeo, they had, I believe, was a record attendance at the Phoenix Rodeo. They gave away $70,000 to charity. It's been a long time since any of our associations have given that large a sum back to charity. The Phoenix Rodeo was wall-to-wall people. The Denver Rodeo had lots of spectators. We worked our asses off, but it's in a fun way. So I think I'll leave it at that and just say, let's end the hostility and find ways to work together. Thinking outside the box is a good thing. There were things that Colorado did at their rodeo that had never been done before. First sometimes can be a really good thing. Thank you so much.
How about we take a 15-minute break? There is some snacks in the back. Be back at 10:15.
take all the same questions. And we're going to say, who or anything else against the questions.
Unplug it and replug it again.
I've never seen her up and I told her I expected to come like this, so I can tell her a little bit. She won't.
Save as Word. Then they refresh. Okay.
Tell me she won.
thank you for this. It's like somebody looking at you, they cross out. Which way are you looking? It's like, which way are my fingers pointing? I can do that here. The phone, my fingers are too big for the phone. I hate the touch phones. What I miss is that little, it was the BlackBerries had a little trackball. And then there was something else I needed to like that tracked with a touchpad. The arrow knew all over the screen. That's the thing I miss most about the phone. Because I can get right anywhere I need to be. Now you gotta touch, you gotta book it.
Your coffee cup starts to fill or that big right getting us there.
So, you're not up for a long time. Where's it at? Did you already call
We're
your
working
member?
on it. Yeah, I already talked to them separately. What do you mean, get rid of the whole thing? No, I agree with you. I'm trying to-
Down here. Okay, so that was, what we're doing is that we're penalize people now for something that happened in the past, right? Don't you think that was put in for a reason?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying is that, don't you think that if we didn't have that, we could get in? Honestly, I'm asking
No,
you.
that's my opinion.
So, I mean, I would make it bigger, and if you want me to talk to your group,
Yeah.
I just want to see what they think, but I think that's what happens, and so we have to stop ourselves sometimes from breaking these rules and say, we're making this for one person. So that pass was made for one person, right, for a reason. I just
So,
think it's-
do I still, so I hear, do I still do it and say reconvene at that time?
No, if you want me to delay you, I can delay you and put you further down.
Because we're gonna, okay, so I talked individually. Fix it. Is it okay on that?
The,
You're actually working
which one?
the lineup.
Oh, the things, yes.
You're working on it.
And if she brings it to me, I can vote it on.
So then Candy, 'cause they're gonna slam it, they're gonna kill me,
Who's going to kill you?
the grounds, because they're already humming about what we did with the 60%.
Okay. Well,
So
you're not going to kill you. It's a proposal on the floor, and you're going to step aside, and she's going to monitor and debate, and that's the end of it. It'll pass or fail.
So the thing is, can we, so if it doesn't, can we go back and say to the committee, let's rethink this?
If it doesn't what?
If it doesn't pass on the floor, or
Just the 60 to 75% or whatever, that one?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay. What do you mean? Can you
because
rethink
that
it?
whole,
If it fails, it fails.
okay,
You move on.
so we just don't do it.
I mean, your committee could bring something up under new business later. Well, an individual could, or you could say the committee wants to leave, wants to return later. If you want to do something different, like you don't want 75, you want 60 or whatever. I mean, or sure, if it gets messy and you're like the committee would like to review this. I don't know what there is to review. Like I don't know what the issue is or what the problem is.
Because we probably should just get rid of it. Not
No,
that,
you don't have to get rid of it.
Not
They'll
the
get rid of it.
proposal. We're telling we should have just, because it was a 50-50 on keeping it or getting rid of it and just putting a point value. So that's what I'm saying. So do we bring it up, or do I convene again with them and have that discussion?
My recommendation is almost always, well, so I don't know what this issue is. I didn't look at that page. All when you showed us or me, you said we voted or we agreed to change it from 75% to 60%. And I don't know what that means or anything. I just knew that it wasn't going to be a problem.
You know where we did the 75?
Yes.
So those kind of go, even though it's a separate things, they go together. So the 60% is based off the 5, and that's where the problem's going to lie. Because they're saying it's the same thing having 7 judges with 75%. That's what they're going to say.
representatives.
Okay, so I don't know, but so what is that 75%? What is that? What is that 75%?
Overall score.
Okay, there must be 75% of the overall score.
Yeah, so when we drop down to 5, so the overall score is going to go to 960, so it's 540. That they're going to, 550, 450 they're going to have.
Well, percent is a percent of whatever is available, so the percent shouldn't change the. I mean, if
They're saying it's just going to make it. Someone said it's just going to make it difficult.
okay, so if you have 7 judges, I don't know if you've got.
Can you email it to him?
Or stick it to if there's let's say there's 7 judges and each is 100, like each judge has 100 points. I don't know what it is, but let's say there's 7 judges with 100 points each. 75% is if there's 7, I'm gonna make it easy on myself. If there's 10 judges at 100 points, that's 1,000 points. 75% is 750 points. If you cut it down to half the number of judges, there's 5 judges now at 100 points. That's 500 points. 75% is 375, which is half of 750.
You have to drop the high and low, so it's only 3.
Doesn't matter the percent is a percent.
Okay.
The percent is a percent. I mean, I'm assuming you're saying that they have to meet. That was about they have to have a minimum of 75% of all the total score available, right?
Right.
Yeah. So 75% of, unless there's something else in that document,
No.
75% of anything is still 75%. Right. So if you drop it to 60 or if you, whatever you have it at, it's only going to be that amount. I mean, like if you drop a judge, in fact, percentages are better. Percentages are better than absolute numbers because if you change
Candy, we have changed the number.
Everyone get their seats, please. Michael?
Our delegate count has increased by 1. North Star has an additional delegate for this weekend now. So our delegate count has increased by 1 additional delegate on the floor.
What's that? Oh.
What is it?
It was a magical flash drive.
it was violent.
Some dirt on there?
All right, David, are you doing the corporate auditor report, or what was the plan on that? Okay.
Of course.
The information was sent out to our corporate auditor for the last 6 months, or 5 months actually, June through October. He went through and selected items randomly. I submitted backup. He had no problems with any of the items. The only item that he had on his list that needed to be completed was the 990 for 2021. At that time, it had not been filed. Subsequent to that, it has been filed and was sent to the trustees. Are there any questions? I assume that report is on the server somewhere. Is that true? If not, I will make sure it gets out there.
Thank you, David. Tommy, do you have any kind of report, or you want
Just a thank you to all associations and delegates for your continued support.
Microphone is coming.
Just a thank you to all associations the board of directors and delegates for your continued support throughout the year. You, as always, I extend a hearty welcome and encouragement to call me with any questions, particularly coming up on your rodeo or association questions regarding the insurance policy or anything else that you may have that I may help you with. And I will have a further report at the post-board meeting on Sunday based on rodeo approvals this past Thursday. I do have the 2023 insurance policy. Ron, you'll be happy to know. So we will discuss that thoroughly at the post meeting for approval.
Thank you, Tommy. Robin, would you like to come up?
No, I didn't sign up for this.
Oh, well.
What button?
There you go.
Okay, so the annual convention committee was held yesterday, and very shockingly, there was a ton of people there. So we had focused, there's been no convention set for 23 yet, so we focused on lessons learned from Red River and what we've experienced. One of the biggest items was around, there's no checklist. So we discussed the areas of the 4 highest areas is checklists, sponsorships, the events, and communications. So during the meeting, we talked about a checklist. I've agreed to, we started drafting a checklist during that meeting. DSRA is going to help me because they've experienced convention in the past, so I've agreed I'll put that checklist together. We're going to look to put that out on the resources under other resources, so it will help in the future. The other big item was that came up with some of the members was communications and lack of communications on convention. So we talked about it being out on the IGRA website, and also the association's trustees should be communicating out to their association. So again, we're going to do the checklist. We've agreed, we had a motion by Jonathan, second by Rick. We passed, and that motion was going to be that we'll further as a team focus on this checklist, and Jonathan's going to help take the lead on that. So Red River wants to thank everybody for being here. I think it's successful today, right? It was a lot of hard work, fundraising events that we've done, and our sponsorships. I mean, you guys helped us out. For the breaks, we've got AGRA, TGRA, GPRA, David, and NGRA. And then for Hall of Fame, we've got Brian, Roger, and GSGRA. So again, and then High Point Performance Horses, if y'all didn't go to that, it was really exciting. And we appreciate their sponsorship too.
Any questions?
Questions?
Any questions for Robin? Anybody enjoy this excursion last night? Roger? Roger, are you ready? There you go.
Okay, good morning. Yesterday at the meeting, we talked a little bit about some of the things that have happened since our last rodeo. We kept busy with the archives, digitizing documents. I'd like to thank Jeffrey Neal. He has access to a high-speed scanner, and after I had pulled a lot of staples and gotten things organized with about four file boxes, we scanned many documents over a period of 7 hours on 2 Saturdays. Thank goodness he can take 40 pages at a time into that scanner. I'd also like to thank Patrick Terry. Earlier this year, I found a box in the archives that I hadn't opened before, and it had over 6,000 photographs. So Patrick helped me. He's good with memory, and we identified a lot of the people. Most of those photos were all taken by Bill Morris of Albuquerque, and most of them were in the Denver, Albuquerque, Zia Rodeo, Phoenix, Oklahoma. I think those were the only ones that were covered, but we took about 4,500 photos already to the One National Gay and Lesbian Archives at the USC Libraries. Still have about 1,500 at the house to go through, and still have about another 4 boxes of documents to digitize. The Autry Museum of the American West is located in Griffith Park in Los Angeles, very near to the Equestrian Center where the original LA rodeos were held. In December of last year, they got a letter from the California Library System that they had $750,000 available in grant money, that organizations could apply for grants anywhere from $5,000 to $150,000. The Autry contacted me, and I wrote a letter in support of them getting a grant, and Steve Wollert from GSGRA also sent a letter, and they did get a grant. I didn't ask the amount, but I'm assuming it's for the $150,000. They do have stuff that IGRA donated to them in 2009. They will be going through that. They're reorganizing it now because it was pretty messed up. They just took it as out of the boxes. So stuff was here that should be over here. And so they're going through that. It should be done by the end of November. In May through December of next year, they're planning to have an exhibit on GSGRA rodeos. So looking forward to that. We've been traveling with the archives. I'm sure you've seen me at some places. This year we went to Phoenix in February, went to Pendleton, Oregon for their gay pride. 3 teenagers organized that rodeo, or that gay pride in 2020. They had 50 people in their parade that year. The next year, this is during COVID, they had 150 people the next year, and this year they had 350 people. I took an archives display up there, and they really enjoyed it because Pendleton's a big rodeo town, and they wanted people to see there are gay cowboys and cowgirls. Hoping to take the archives in the future. In 2023, I want to take a small display back to Phoenix. I haven't talked to Ron yet, but hopefully he'll say yes. Just a couple of tables this time. Kansas City has requested us to come out there in May. I think Salt Lake City was requesting me to come. I'm getting a shake of the head back there, yes. And then Reno, Nevada, I hear is a convention for next year, so we'll have another Hall of Fame exhibit at that. And I've also got a request in from Rodeo in the Rock for April of 2024. Some things I'd like to do, and I've talked with Brian Helander, who is the president of the Gay and Lesbian Rodeo Heritage Foundation. They help a lot with the finances to bring things to these different events. Without their help, we wouldn't get these archives out. IGRA's funding for the archives is to cover the storage, basically. But many of the things need to have some restoration work done, and it costs a lot of money to take these things across the country. But we're looking at possibly taking the archives to International Mr. Leather, which will be a week after Kansas City next year. We have to try and reach out to them. We've already looked online, and their vendor space is booked, but hopefully we can find a place to do something. Also have considered Los Angeles Pride and San Diego Pride. Those 2 cities had 2 of the largest IGRA rodeos on the circuit before they closed up. Let's see if we can get some interest going there again. All we've been doing is taking the archives to IGRA events other than this Pendleton, Oregon thing, and we need to get the archives out and visible to other communities. And also heard from Jonathan that 2025 there will be a World Gay Pride in Washington, D.C. So that's a couple of years in the future, but we're looking at that too. That's pretty much all that we did in that committee, but I sat in on social media And I have a little comment there because in that committee meeting, it was suggested that perhaps we do monthly or quarterly some kind of a posting on social media in regards to the archives. We can come up with a little story about Reno, something about royalty. We can month to month or quarterly, we can get something out there on social media. That's all regarding that report. At the back of the room, there's a couple of flags. Yesterday, I got a flag for the original North Star rodeo, and there's a BRB. Many of you don't know what that is, but Houston used to have the Brazos River Bar. That's the flag that was taken into the arena by Gene Mikalinka. And over in this corner is a saddle and some other things from Gene, his spurs and his boots that he wore on bareback bronc, and a poster or another picture of the Phoenix Rodeo, him on broncs, and one standing with his horse after getting a world title in barrel racing. I'll put these photos back or near Gene's stuff. You can look at them closer if you want to, but he had one of the memorable wrecks in IGRA's history at the Phoenix Rodeo. This first one shows him coming out of the chute on a bareback bronc. That bronc lowered his head and went straight across the arena. At that time, they didn't have the key shape. It was simply a Mexican circular arena. It went straight across the arena. In this photo, you don't see Gene anymore. The horse is on its back with its legs kicking. Its head is over here. It is slammed straight into the wall. Gene flew over the top of that first wall into that alleyway. And I couldn't see him. I was judging. I thought, sure, his head had slammed into the concrete. He wasn't wearing a helmet at that time. Nobody wore helmets back then. But the last photo in the series is Gene on his back getting ready to go into the ambulance. He's okay. He competed after that for a number of years. He competed on the IGRA circuit. His first rodeo was Dallas in 1992, or no, Houston, I believe, in 94, and, 92. And then his last IGRA rodeo was in 2003. One other thing that not too many of you seen yet, a couple I've showed you to. Joe Olney was the announcer for most of the GSGRA rodeos, and he passed away this year, about 4 or 5 months ago, maybe longer. Some of his stuff was, everything rodeo related was donated just a couple of weeks ago by the executor of his estate, Michael DeYonker. And I found this poster as I was going through it a couple of weeks ago, and I pulled it up. It says, California Gay Rodeo for Men and Women, Cow Palace, San Francisco, August 15th, noon to 10, 1981. This is a rodeo none of us has ever known about. John's shaking his head. I don't know if you did hear about it. This is the first time I've ever seen a poster of it, and we currently don't have it recorded in our IGRA list of gay rodeos. I've contacted the Cow Palace, but they haven't gotten back to me. I just wanted to see if it actually happened. I tried to go to the San Francisco Chronicle, but their records stop at 1985, so I'm working on it to verify it. Anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Roger. Tim, Association Presidents, your committee report?
Oh,
You ready?
I can't.
Okay.
She's still looking for her printed agenda.
Use it.
I'm doing a Judy.
I use bar napkins. You give my committee report?
Okay, so in Association Presidents, we had 13 members, including the chair present. some of the topics we discussed, we obviously have no action items or anything that we're bringing to the floor for a vote on anything. But we discussed the membership fees, various membership fees that associations have. Because ironically, I think everybody, and interestingly enough, like for instance, one of them is some of your associations have a couple fee versus just an individual fee. Some associations have a ranking of commercial membership fees. So we discussed all that to kind of give each other ideas to go through the board. I think our highest association fee is about $40, the lowest being $10. So just so y'all know, I mean, kind of varies, so you can go back to their associations and they'll have those discussions with y'all. We also discussed about royalty programs and associations, maybe why some don't have it, some do, where it's stronger and others are not in some. So that was bantered around a little bit, and we discussed that on royalty, and kind of what the benefits are of royalty, because obviously with associations, royalty, it's a trickle effect. So if you bring it in initially and you can mentor that program, that moves up, and that also financially will then help IGRA, because they're obviously going to have, there's 12 spots on the team of royalty, and this year or for next year, for 2023, there's 5 on there. So if you could bring that up, because they have money that they have to raise that then goes back and helps IGRA produce their fund, well, actually their general budget. And we talked about the budgets being, you have a rodeo budget, you have a general budget and all that. We also talked about the trustees. One of the suggestion would be the trustees chair to let associations know to get back, like say for the pre-rodeo meeting, trustees meeting, a copy go back to all the presidents to know who was present, whether their trustee is there or not there, just to have accountability for our trustees to be where they need to be when they're supposed to be for associations. That was discussed as well. We had also discussed about social media and how we would handle, whether it be negativity, not necessarily on the IGRA social media or your association social media, but just in general, and that we need to, start holding members accountable if they're kind of a representation of us, in the fact that they're pointing anybody out, whether it be IGRA specifically and or an association specifically. If it is not, then that's out of our control. And 2 is don't engage. So that's something that they're going to bring back to you all about not engaging on social media on those controversial issues sometimes. And I think that'll help us all in the long run. Also, we had talked about creating an association president's list. Sandy and I, back when we were chairing it together, tried that. It just never came through. And then I tried it, and then we went and started doing it, and then we went into COVID. So we're going to try this again, and to create a list that has all the presidents. And then what we want to do is we want to add in when your elections are, because not everyone is a calendar year. So that's where it becomes crazy. Or if someone resigns or moves away or passes away, whatever it may be, then that trustee would then update it to the presidents. And we would put this on the website, IGRA's website as well. So that's what we're going to work on and try to create that list. So I will probably be reaching out, or somebody will here recently, to all the associations. Actually, Judy, thank you. I did get your email already. She's already on top of her game, and she's forwarded that information so that we can get that and create that list. And that's pretty much it, guys, that we talked about with association presidents. But it was a really good meeting. I appreciate everybody being involved. Respectfully submitted.
Anybody have any questions for Tim before I let him go? None? You're fast to get off of there. Michael, membership?
All right, the membership committee met yesterday. We had a delegate ask a question, which is always a very good question. They said, doesn't every association have to be a 501c3? The answer to that question is no. IGRA membership requires that our member associations be incorporated as a not-for-profit organization. Some of our organizations are also 501c3s, 501c4s, but to meet the membership requirements for IGRA, you have to at least be incorporated as a not-for-profit organization. We discussed, I pointed out that all of the member associations had met the renewal qualifications. So people asked, well, so they all have their certificates of good standing from the state, they have their bylaws, their membership lists, and so forth, and I said that is correct. Question was asked, can we see other associations' bylaws? And we came to the conclusion of the answer to that is no. If someone wants to see your association's bylaws, I'm going to reach out to that association and say, I've got a request to share your bylaws with this association or this individual to see if that association has any objection to us sharing their credentials with that person. I don't think anyone's going to have a issue with that. We did discuss the ILGRA request for member association status. We reviewed that we did not have all the requirements, all the documents at that point, and we also reviewed the bylaws where there was a time parameter involved, and the membership committee said that the requirements for membership had not been met, so we would not be able to recognize them as a member association for this convention. But we are going to do everything we can to make sure that they can get recognized status at our next board meeting if possible. And then in the report, I have cut and pasted the section from the bylaws that talks about what new memberships require and so forth, but that was it. So, yes, ma'am.
I'm just curious, why wouldn't there be an issue of sharing somebody else's bylaws? I mean, we're all part of one big organization. I don't understand why it couldn't be put on the website somewhere so we can all take a look at it.
Well, we don't have any of the membership information on the website.
Sorry?
No, we don't have any of that on the website at all. The IGRE secretary keeps the records of the corporation, and so every association submits their bylaws, their articles of incorporation, their certificate of good standing, and their membership renewal form, and what have you. To me, I think it's more of a courtesy, you know. In the past, we've had new associations that have reached out to another organization. We'd like to possibly mirror our bylaws after yours, so it helps them, you know, get established or whatever, as an example.
I understand that, so why not just put it out there? Why would it have to be a special request and it's a secret? Maybe it would help all of us get on the same page in different organizations, is all I'm saying.
I'm not opposed to it, but we have the records, they're not on the website.
Well, they don't have the authority. Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Number 5.
Not all of us are 501c3s, therefore 501c4s are not public record. So therefore, if we don't want to give it to all the other organizations, we shouldn't have to. Not saying we have a problem with it, but it's not for IGRA to give our information out. It's not their information to give.
That's correct. That's correct.
He said it. Any other questions for Michael? Was that the end of your report, Michael?
Yes, ma'am.
Mipsy, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Oh, okay.
Run, Mipsy, run.
You mean? Yeah. The one we had to just do. The one we just had to do.
He said it's there.
Where is it?
I'm sorry.
It's not going to show up on the screen, is it? Oh,
When you get to it, it's number 4.
thank you.
Oh, no. He doesn't have the screens for him.
But no, but it'll be, it's on
I got you.
there, wherever you put that stuff.
Hello again, everyone. Ooh, that's really loud. Huh? It's me again. I'm sorry, I'm like a bad penny. Community Outreach Fundraising Gender Diversity Committee met yesterday. We had about 20 individuals in that meeting, which was kind of really nice because I did it 2 years ago and there weren't probably 8 people in there, so it was nice to see a large amount of people. We spoke about different ideas we had, because we had some new individuals that had not been in gender diversity. So we talked about giving them ideas like doing bingo, doing car washes, doing all sorts of thinking out of the box, not just simply doing a fundraiser at a bar. Yes, we can do them at a bar, but it's if you think out of the box and have something else going on that you can create in your community, it's a nice thing. It also brings your community in to help you out. A really nice idea that came up, and it came from Nevada, is they basically every third Thursday, I think Thursday, is that correct? Every third Saturday, no matter what, unless it's a holiday, it doesn't matter if the court's having something going on or Pride has something go on, they maintain that date and have their function, whether it's a small function, but they keep that date so that people know in their community, hey, NGRA is doing such and such a thing on this date. And I thought that was a fabulous idea. I mean, I'm going to see if we can actually try it with Arizona, if we can find one particular bar that we can do something for the Arizona Gay Rodeo Association or for IGRA or whatever on that particular Saturday. That would be our date. And I think it just keeps in people's heads. I mean, because we know that in our community we have Fur Fest every first Saturday of the month. You know, so it's just, it was really interesting to see. And I think I want to try that. Now we're going to get into the fun stuff. Okay, we have actually 3 proposals. Well, yeah, 4. Do you have it? Oh, thank God. I was a little worried. Just a tad. Okay, so we're going to start with the first one. It's not going to show on the screen?
No.
No? Oh, so I got to read all this? Oh, Lord, child.
No.
They've got.
Oh, they've got it? Huh?
The hotel is working on it, so you gotta read. You gotta read it. Read it.
Just to read what I added.
First of all, you should stay with the committee recommends adoption of more proposals, and then she should be taking those while you make it.
Oh, okay. How do I say that again?
4 proposals and the committee recommends adoption.
Okay, there's 4 proposals that the community, the committee is looking to adapt. You ready? All right, I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Pratt.
First of all, did everybody, do they have somebody on their table where they can see these?
So it's COFR1.
The first one is COFR-01. It's under the royalty outreach. Is anybody not on that page and need help? 01. Give it time.
The substantive changes, some judges the vacancy, specificity, basically those 3 things were substantive changes. You can do the same thing. No, I came from the committee. So it's just whenever any discussion, once you're ready for that, any discussion, I get my book at the timer. Yeah. 10 minutes for main motion, 10 minutes for amendment 1, and 10 minutes for amendment 2. This is the best timer I've ever found.
Yeah.
Anybody need any more time, or do you still reading, or?
Just go to what summary is.
Okay. So basically what we're doing is we're going down from 7 judges to 5 judges. We're adding in, we put it as an emergency, so if a judge can't make it, it's resume interview and horsemanship are fine. We always have judges showing up when it comes to the evening things. And it's hard sometimes because we have registration going on, we have rodeo continuing or whatever. Sometimes the judges are not able to make it, so we've added an emergency clause where we could add a community judge into those categories. And they're only Western wear, presentation, and entertainment. You're welcome. But however, yeah, so also in this, in this new proposal, we actually spelled out that it has to be an association member for interview and for horsemanship, preferably someone that is horse proficient. Doesn't have to be, but preferably. And then that's where the alternate community judges come in for the evening, just in case. Yes?
I haven't read through the whole thing. Prior, we had 7 judges, and we threw out the high and the low. Okay, now we have 5 judges. Are we going to keep all scores, or are we going to throw out the high and the low?
Unfortunately, I did not address that, and I totally missed that. So it still says high and low. So we would throw out the high and low. Correct.
Flip it around.
Number 4.
As a former pageant promoter, I know this is not a pageant, it's a contest, which is different. Quite often at national level competitions, there is only 5 judges, and throwing out the high and the low is very common with only 5 judges. I see no problem. So I'm just putting that out there as someone who's been involved in that.
Thank you. Questions or debate? I guess questions or debate.
Any other questions or debate? Number 4.
Not necessarily a question for debate, but I'm going to offer myself up for associations who are co-located with military installations. If you're looking for someone to maybe get volunteers or to interface with the base and maybe do some promotion and marketing, please do reach out to me. Just be clear what the requirement is, and I will attempt to get it done. So Jonathan, first name, last name Roman. Just come and find me if you want my email address.
Thank you. Any other questions for debate? Seeing none, all those delegates in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Abstentions? Passes. O2.
Tell them to go to O2.
Go to
O2.
O2, so COFR-2. Just really nervous.
Everyone had time to read it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna let him explain.
You don't have to explain it, just say, is there any, unless there's any questions?
Yeah.
Is there any discussion?
Is there any discussion? Questions?
Unless they ask for explanation.
Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Move to 3. Okay.
Okay, so we're going to move on to COFR-03.
Number 2.
Here we go. No, just okay, so here's my concern now with the 60%. So originally we had 7 judges, highs and lows thrown out, 5 counted, and you had to make a minimum of 75%. We now are back to where we started because if you do 5 judges, or you'll be close to it, 5 judges, highs and lows are thrown out. You've got to make 60%, which means they're going to have to score each one of those little increments the way that we score a 6, or actually probably a 7 or greater in order to make that 60%. I would suggest just get rid of the percent now until y'all build up this royalty program. Okay? I'm going to be honest with you.
What do I do now?
I can amend, are y'all okay with me to amend that? Oh, wait, let them talk.
Wait a minute. Debate.
Let them talk first.
I believe that,
Just let the debate go on for a moment.
hang on, we're gonna let this, you want the debate to go? Okay, go. I think he was first, but, go ahead, number 4.
Go ahead.
Okay. Number 4.
I agree with the idea of dropping the percent. However, I think it's important to recognize when there's only one contestant in the category that they should still have to achieve a specific percentage in order to obtain that title.
Number 1.
Being a veteran member of the royalty program since 1996, yes, that long. We are in a crisis mode, in my opinion, regarding the royalty. This year we have 5 competitors and trying to encourage participation in the program from associations. In the past 2 years, I believe, we have ignored the 75% rule to achieve a team to work for IGRA and to continue working for their associations and for the betterment of IGRA. I am in the belief currently that the percentage rule should be dropped totally and award a winner in 3 places if there's that many in the competition to sash that many. This last month was a prime example of awarding a contestant who scored below 60% and was still sashed. So we are giving that person an opportunity to work for IGRA and to represent us and to make a better name for the association and to better themselves. So I am totally in favor of just wiping the percentage until perhaps we have 20 contestants again in the competition like we did in 1996 and many years before. But right now we're struggling to get participation and we're continuing to pound their head and say, no, you're not good enough to work for us.
Number 10.
Good morning, everyone. As much as I like knowing that you're looking at making a drop, there has to be an out. So maybe instead of getting rid of it completely, drop it down to about 40%. So there's, unfortunately, there are bad seats that you just don't want representing us, so there has to be an out to keep the scoring for them not to be part of the program. And as far as building the program up, I I live in an area of the country, and Pennsylvania no longer has an association. I can't be part of royalty again, because there's no royalty around me. So you're losing a heck of a lot of good people. You know, just me, Mark Smith, right in Pennsylvania. There's people all over this country that have no means of running for royalty. You're missing out on opportunities of people being able to raise thousands of dollars.
Number 11.
Guy Police and Jerry, we as a board voted to remove this, to right a wrong that has happened, and it's not only happened this year, it's happened in past years. It makes no sense to me why we're going to circle back and put this right back in the rules, so that we're going to be in a position of trying to break them again. Take it out. And you don't need to make a friendly amendment or whatever. All you need to do is vote this down, and it's already taken care of what we want.
No, well.
The board removed the 75% from the exhibit on Thursday, so if you don't vote for this, there's nothing to amend.
Number 4. It was removed.
Right, so, yeah, we removed it.
I'm not sure the board has the authority.
Mark Christensen, AGR. Question for you.
Okay.
So, nothing's going to change on the amount of rodeos that the royalty still has to attend, and the amount of money that they are going to still have to raise within the allotted time. Are we correct?
Yeah. Correct.
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 We're for that.
Number 1. Okay, number 5.
I just want to see what we discussed this in committee yesterday, dropping it, the person's just lowering it. So what happens when you get somebody who's just wants a title and comes up to Andre, gets it, takes off the buffalo sash, or ends up in front of the news media and knows nothing about our association because they didn't have a past interview and know anything about us to get that title? What happens when that person's representing and doesn't know anything because they didn't have to?
Number 2. Oops.
So the fix to that.
Wait. Okay.
Sorry. Tom Sheridan from TGRA. The fix to that is that the trustee must approve of that person going to finals and competing. They should not approve anyone that does not meet their requirements in their local association to represent the International Gay Rodeo Association.
True.
Number 2.
Also, Kami, Tim Smith, TGRA. I believe in the rules, and correct me if I'm wrong, that what Mark was actually alluding to in his is that within the first 6 months, there's certain requirements. So what would happen then is the rules then remove them. We don't look like the bad guys because you didn't follow the rules. The rules now remove you. It wasn't all of us saying you weren't good enough. Okay, maybe that, I hope that answers it.
Seeing how the everyone is talking, do we want to entertain an amendment to remove the whole line?
We don't need to, we just vote it down. If we voted it down, it would have been removed it out of the exhibit yesterday, the board meeting on Thursday.
Well, no, talking to Benjamin, we need to, on this floor needs to do it to make sure it's absolutely gone. Number 2.
I make an amendment that we delete line C out of this proposal.
Randy Edmond from TGRA.
Yes,
It's
ma'am.
correct to me.
You're right. Do it.
Amendment has been made.
Amendment has been made. The amendment has been made to remove line C totally.
Second.
Second. Mark Christensen. Any discussion on the amendment?
You need a second.
Yep. We have one. We're just, hang on, he's just refreshing so that you could give you the opportunity to see. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
We haven't refreshed.
Sorry, I thought he.
Please hold.
He's pretty quick. Sorry, I'll let y'all. I'll wait. Oh. Number 5, they're gonna refresh.
So my one question right now is, so if there's no percentage needed to get the spot, if you're the only one competing in that, do you even have to compete at that point if you don't have to make any requirements?
Yes, you do. You still have to make requirements.
Yeah, you still have to make requirements. It's the only thing they're removing is the 75%, Cammy.
Well, but you don't have to make the points.
You're going to have to. It's good. It's going to become basically what's going to happen. You're going to have the highs and the lows. You're going to drop out. You're going to have 3. So the total of the 3 points, whatever you make, is what's going to cause your ranking. So it's basically what was the word that I used the other day?
No, I guess that it would affect if
when they're ready.
one category, but if you're the only one in that category.
You can refresh.
They still have to go through all of it.
They're still going to have to go through it. And I mean, if they're going through just to go through it, and the judges are going to notice that, but they're going to, within 6 months, they're going to be gone because they're not going to fulfill the requirements. I mean, to be honest with you, I can tell you this last team, I almost was going to lose another 2 on the team that just finished because they weren't making the requirements until I really pushed them. So if they don't, they'll be gone in 6 months. And honestly, the royalty team itself will shame them because they did, this team this year, if it wasn't for a few people on that team that shamed people for not doing what they're supposed to be doing, so the individual will either slither away or we will,
Highly encouraged.
yes. Yes.
Scott, do you have a paddle? DSRA, whatever, number, oh, I thought he had his hand up. Sorry. Oh. Okay. Is everybody refreshed and see what we're doing now? We have time? Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment?
No.
All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
I believe it passes. All right, now we're going to go to number 4. Okay. Any discussion on the original motion as amended? And I think that was the only thing in it.
Yeah.
So, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Abstentions? 04? Move to 04.
And I'm gonna, yeah, it's not on my computer.
Oh, yeah,
Because, no.
it's on the website.
Oh. Yeah. Can I just read off of yours? Could-
It's just.
You can use your microphone.
You want me to explain what?
Yeah, because it was a clerical, it was just a clerical error from previous year. So, what?
Benjamin Hennett, bylaws chair. The committee came to us, their committee came to our committee and asked for help with what you see in COFR 04. The current document of the standing rules, paragraph B, simply just ended, it just stopped. With what you see here, the $500 minimum raised by all royalty contestants for IGRA, period. So I did some research and pulled up the verbiage from 2 years back, and this was the remaining verbiage that was in there. So it's a cleanup, basically.
Any discussion?
Michael?
Oh,
Do we have a royalty travel fund?
Uh-huh.
Yes? Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes.
No, I got one more thing. So I just want to finish up with one other discussion that we had in committee. I didn't want to do it until we got through this stuff. So we were talking about how we're going to kind of expand the royalty program in our communities. And what we discussed or came up with or suggested is that we need to, we all have bearded queens in our towns, right? I know it's a little odd, it's a little weird, but I can tell you something. The bearded queens in Arizona, in Phoenix, they rock it and they make a ton of money. I think it's time that we kind of step forward a little bit and encourage them to run for your local associations and see if they want to come up to IGRA. And if it's something that works and we're getting a little more availability of royalty, then we can eventually maybe turn it into their own separate title. So that, but I highly recommend that you start maybe opening up your minds a little bit and getting these queens involved, because they can raise you some damn good money. They did for us, for IGRA. So I want to thank you today for listening to me and going through this proposal with me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Did we have a chair for the animal issues and concerns? Did it meet yesterday? Okay, did someone, okay. Health and safety? Nugget?
Good morning, everyone. All right, I apologize because this isn't normally my committee. It's normally Alexis Coles, but she is with her daughter right now. So we met yesterday. There was a total of 6 people in attendance, 5 of which were voting. Thank you to the people that were in that meeting and kind of helped me, because obviously I'm not used to doing health and safety. There were 2 proposals that were approved in the committee meeting and are attached to my report, and the committee recommends the adoption of these proposals, but I'm going to defer them to rodeo rules later. Respectfully submitted. Any questions?
Any questions for health and safety? Okay. We skipped over budget, which will be presented a little bit later. David wanted a little more time, so answering that question. Public relations. Oh, number 15, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Jeff Brown, Canadian Rockies State Road Association. On the last one, Health and Safety Committee, those were sent to rodeo rules who reviewed those. We only reviewed that for content or conflict or anything like that.
Okay.
They are not included in that package.
All right, so we'll bring them back. All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, Nugget. I apologize.
Sorry, not good.
So before
Okay, so the first proposal, it reads, make injury report available online at igre.com to fill out and then be sent to the health and safety chair, all the trustees, and the board of directors. I don't know if you guys have seen the updated report, but it's very busy. I think this would be a better opportunity for the health and safety chair to get every single report that's submitted throughout the season. According to Philip, he has not received all of them over this past rodeo season, and I think this will be a better opportunity for them as well as the board and the trustees to get it.
So yours is proposal 1. Does everybody have HS1 up? Number 9. No, we moved back to health and safety. We're doing their proposals. There was a confusion on how to do them.
So, if I understand this correctly, when somebody gets injured, the report or the form will not be filled out until somebody goes home and fills it out?
Well, most people have cell phones that can access internet, so in my opinion, it would be a lot easier, less writing, and you can literally do it from your phone right then and there or right at the end of the rodeo and be done and over with. And then it automatically gets sent to everyone that needs to have the report.
Well, okay, I'm just saying that a lot of times, that's why reports don't get turned in, because people go home and happy, and they don't turn in reports.
According to our committee yesterday, the trustees usually are supposed to send those reports to the health and safety chair, and a lot of times that does not happen. So this minimizes that, and it immediately goes to all 3 that need to have it.
Number 1.
I'd like to know why we have children behind our bucking chutes. At finals, we have children behind our bucking chutes.
Point of order. Okay. Number 11.
First thing on Roger's behalf, he just wanted me to point out that trustees in this is just redundant because the trustees are part of the board of directors. My question is, if we say, I don't disagree that this would make things easier, but we say that it's going to be on the website, do we have the resources to make that happen? And do we have a designer for that to happen before January 1st? Or is this just going to be something that's another problem?
Michael?
This year, we added a requirement on the trustees' checklist that the injury reports be submitted and turned in with the checklist and all the related documentation. When I, as secretary, receive the information from the rodeos, I send out the surveys to the people. I send out the injury reports to Philip. So we have it on the checklist, and I have emailed the injury reports that were turned in to the health and safety chair. And so when we go to our post-rodeo review meeting, when we have had injuries, I said, where's the injury report for Janet, like at finals or what have you? So those injury reports were turned in, they were scanned and copies. The injury reports were forwarded to the board of trustees and to the chair.
Number 15, Charlie. Oh, right down there, number 15, Charlie. Who's got the mic?
I still have the mic.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
The question was, do we have the resources to make this happen? Because what I heard Anthony say is that you're gonna go online, you're gonna click, and fill it out online. It didn't, the way it reads, it might be that you're just gonna print it out and send it another way, but if it is meant to be a go online and filled out electronically, do we have the resources or a designer to make that happen? Or is it gonna be another thing that, like the contestant surveys that we had back years ago, that didn't work properly?
Well, to answer your question, I didn't think that entirely through. I plan to get with Frank. In my experience building websites, adding fields on a website, like a form, is very simple and easy to do. I figured I'd get with Frank to see if that's doable on his end. If not, I'd be more than willing to look out and see if I can find someone that can make that.
Charlie. Sorry, Charlie, go ahead.
Charlie Paloma, CRTRA. To add on to that, I was in the meeting as a non-voting member yesterday listening in. Currently, the way the form will be set up, if you hit submit, it will use your personal email as a prompt. Going forward, like Anthony said, might require additional work with Frank for submitting the form. The other point I wanted to make as a reminder with this form is there is a fund to help contestants that get hurt financially. They have to submit this form, and if this form is not submitted, they cannot request funds. So it might be up to the association to remind your contestants that this is their funding that we talked about yesterday, funding that's the Bob Pimmons House Fund is up to everybody, not just royalty. You can donate, you can do fundraisers. There's not a lot of money there. And, people get hurt, usually they will get depleted. But the key is this form needs to be submitted in order for contestants to get reimbursed. Thank you.
Number 2, Tim Murmer. He was next.
Tim Smith, TGRA. I think that one of our, on this with health and safety, is we start getting confused, and Michael was talking about, you have an injury report, which is something different than maybe what health and safety or what people's perception of the health and safety committee is. Because I do know that the contestant is responsible to fill out injury reports if they so choose. However, if someone like Air Flight or something like that, just use that example, Air Flight, then an official will usually fill that out, no names on there, that type of thing. If an animal's hurt, then we fill those out. For health and safety in a different way, like there was, I don't know, excess burning smoke or something like that, like, hey, your facility, we don't need that, that would fall under health and safety. So I think that people are getting convoluted with a bunch of different stuff here. And so they're just trying to streamline this, because I know that some trustees will press that they have to have these injury reports and stuff filled out to the checklist trustee, when if you look at that checklist, it says if there were any filled out, not that they have to be filled out. So I think that's where it's convoluted, maybe?
Okay, Brian.
Brian Humetter, and Jerry. The form is available on the website here, just FYI. It probably could be moved to a more convenient or easily accessible area for contestants to find it, because it is very limited. You have the resources, etc. So it is there if
Okay. Brian, no one can hear you. You need to talk a little louder. It's on. Just get closer.
All right. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, so the form is available on the website. It may need to be moved to a more convenient location that's more easily accessible for people who might be injured and want to report their injury.
Thank you.
just, can I say one other thing?
Yes, go ahead.
It's very likely that there's a high COVID viral load outside our door, so be very careful when you go out there.
Get rid of the children.
Number 9. Number 9 was next.
Oh, this kind of responds to back what TGRA was saying about which form are we talking about then? If this is not an injury report, is it an injury report?
Yes.
Okay, then my question is if you post it online, is that not a HIPAA situation? And number 2 is, I think this is already in place. Why don't people just do what they're supposed to do and forward the forms like they're supposed to, fill them out, and be done with it? Come through.
Number 3 was next. Number 3, David Lawson. Murray.
I'd just like to point out that it doesn't say you have to do it online, so if you have a rodeo that, like ours, we don't have very good internet service, we can have the forms there available. It doesn't say you have to do it online, it says that you can do it online. So you could write out the hard copy and then have somebody else go input it so that I can have it. So not that big of a deal.
That's not the form.
Yeah, that's not it. That's incorrect.
That's a different form. Number 15, Chuck.
Thank you, Chuck Ryan, CRGRA. If I'm correct, there is no bylaw, standing rule, or rodeo rule that this is tied to. It leads to me to believe that this is what the health and safety chair want to do. We should support it if it makes it available, if that's something they want to work on. So I applaud the effort on this, but I don't see that there's anything that we're voting on here as far as a rodeo rule, bylaw, or standing rule changes, if that's correct. So
10 minutes has passed. We have a motion to extend. Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay.
Nay.
It passes. Please move to HS2. I'll give you time to read it.
We're trying to do a little stuff there. What did they do with that just one? They approved it. You have to take this document and split it.
Number 15, Chuck.
thank you, Ken. Chuck Ryan with CRGRA. The only thing I would want to point out here, if I'm reading this correctly, is if you apply this to goat dressing, technically, if somebody pulls a hamstring on one team and it requires medical attention, it could, I mean, I'm just trying to point out, the other team technically could be stopped and make it a rewrite if they had a really good point. So I see how this applies to deco and drag definitely. I don't know if there's a way that we could put something in here in goat dressing. you know, or what the thought is there. So that's my concern.
Number 11.
Roger Berkman, NGRA. Roger Berkman, NGRA. As a past rodeo judge, when I saw a conflict, I would go in and stop the second team from completing their run if there was going to be a potential for more hazard. But if you're in a large arena and one right team is over here injured and 200 feet away is the other team, with no problem, I would let them keep going, because if you stop them, they might get a better time the next time, which is not fair to the rest of the contestants. I think it should be a judge's call as to whether they need to call interference to stop it, because it's potential for problems.
Number 10, Jennifer.
This is Jennifer from Asper. The whole reason I came here this weekend was to get this rule in. So I was in Texas 3 years ago. My team was going. There was a critical injury on another Wildcat team. I stopped by, looked at it. I told the judge there's a bad injury, and I was told, I'm worried about you, and the judge was 1,000% correct. We kept going, and I saw that cowboy going in convulsions. And me and my team threw the rope and went and got the medics. We would have kept going, and anyone knows with a bad head injury, 30 seconds can mean the world, a minute can mean the world. So it should have been up to my team to decide that he needed medical attention. Someone should have called it. We were happy with the DQ, but there should be a way that anyone that sees it, the judge might not see it on the other side, can make a call and stop that event to get that cowboy or cowgirl who needs medical attention. Because life comes over everything else from it.
Number 2, Tim.
Tim Smith, TGRA. Also keep in mind that green and blue also would be able to do that, just so you'll know, not just the judge's call. And I know what I know, but I'm just saying. But you do have the judges out there, because actually green and blue should be paying attention. And the reason I say that is because if you have two teams, the judges sometimes are not looking at that other team because they're judging this team. Just keep that in mind. But green and blue should be, and as we've gotten smaller, I think that that's more noticeable for us to be able to pick out, just so you know.
Any other discussion? Number 10 again.
I apologize, just a quick follow-up on that. There's nothing in the rule book anywhere stating that if someone calls it, what happens to the other team's time. And that's all basically this is addressing. So it's just to clear it up that they do get a rewrite if any official stops it.
Any other discussion? Charlie, 15.
Can I make a friendly amendment to this? I mean, a lot of good points are made, but to exclude goat dressing and maybe the discretion of the arena director prior to the rodeo, that should something like this happen, you know, depending on the size of the arena, you know, that this team's, we don't have to stop the whole event.
Medics won't come out if there's fear that.
Oh, this is true. Medics won't come out if there's okay. Then maybe just limit the focus from this.
Number 5.
I think this is a good proposal, but it needs to be rewritten in a different manner to address everything that all the concerns of everybody.
And what? Depends on what people want to do. You can unilaterally send it to the committee, or they can make a motion. They can make a motion to send it back to the committee. Is that a motion to send it back?
Paul, is that a motion?
Sure, I make the motion to go back to the committee to be rewritten.
Seconded by Chuck Browning. Any discussion on sending it back to the committee only? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. It passes to go back to the committee. We'll see you later.
Thank y'all.
Boogie?
Sorry, Nugget.
Okay, so obviously everybody knows me. I am not public relations. I was just filling in for David. So there was the meeting was called to order at 1 p.m. It adjourned at 1:39. There were 10 members that signed in that was there. We actually reviewed the media that came out to finals for 2022. Some of those were Vice Sports, which y'all saw, a bunch of the camera feeds and whatnot. We had some local newspapers, Wall Street Journal. We actually had a more significant inquiries this year than what we've had over the past with from established outlets. The committee chair did recommend that he would like to see each association have a PR person for a point of contact, because typically what happens is that the news media or newspapers or whatever will reach out to the IGRA and seeking information, and it would be easier for that person in that role to be able to send them to a local association if they're inquiring information about that city or state. We've talked about that, and there was, everybody sort of kind of agreed with that. And then we went into the conversation about having training for, associations on the PR. And there was a couple of people that was in this meeting agreed to do that, whether they put a little form together for educational or even doing a little training video that we'll be able to send out to each of the associations to help them build that PR for y'all's local association. So again, it was adjourned at 1:39 yesterday. Respectfully submitted. Any questions? No?
Hey. Got it. David, is your report very long because we got a few minutes before lunch? Okay, go ahead.
So hi, I'm David Lawson. I'm the Contestant Liaison Committee Chair. I think Janet Staney's watching online, so everybody keep Janet in your thoughts. We know she had a pretty significant injury at finals and has a big road ahead of her for her recovery. So hi, Janet, we miss you, and continued healing thoughts go out to you. We really didn't have much of a meeting. We just kind of had a discussion group. There's not any actionable items that we need to discuss, but on behalf of Janet and myself, I would like to thank you all for accepting us as your contestant liaisons. We really do appreciate everybody working together so well. And in this last rodeo season, I really feel like we took great strides to work together with our blue shirts, our judges, our green shirts, and it just feels really good at the rodeos these days, like everybody works together. At finals this year, it was easy to get people to help push calves and just go out and pick up a rope or whatever out in the arena. And we just like to really take this time to thank everybody for working together to keep our rodeos fun and exciting, and also keep them moving. We did a lot better, I think, this year at keeping our rodeos moving and keeping it entertaining for our crowd, which is super important. So thank you all very much for all of that.
Social media nugget.
Okay, this is going to be really short and sweet. So we met yesterday. The past couple conventions, my social media committee has only lasted about 20 minutes. We had a full hour of really great conversations on where our social media presence is right now, as well as where we want to see it in the next couple years. I thank everyone that was there. We had a lot of people in that room. I want to make sure everyone knows, Tim brought it up earlier, the negativity, the conducting business on a public platform like social media does not need to happen. There's been quite a few times this year that I've seen ugly comments of people dragging other people's names in the dirt or another association in the dirt. And some people out in the public are able to see that, and that puts like a really bad taste in people's mouth for our organization. But thank you for the people that were there yesterday. I think that's all. I appreciate it.
Any questions for Nugget? Okay, we're gonna break for lunch. It's supposed to be ready in, oh.
Can you announce the deal about writing some questions now?
Oh. There's been a request from nominations committee that, to jot down some questions for our upcoming nominees. And then we're going to give them to the nominating committee, and they're going to put them together, so if there's several the same, that they'll break them down so that we'll have those. Okay? Perfect. All right. Anyway, lunch is next door to the right. Take heed to what Brian said. Stay away from all the little children. If you can. The women are having trouble in the bathroom with them. Anyway, be sure and take your ticket, and they'll take their lunch ticket on the, it's white today, right? White ticket today for lunch.
What?
White. White.
All you sexist
Hang on. Pork chop. Guy, can you come here? We'll put Sprite in it later. Yes, because I'll give you this to get a Sprite, some ice and Sprite.
Thank you so much.
Chop. Was that in standing rules? The deal we did in standing rules? The deal
No, it was all right.
The other one, the one about that had the final screen about the presentation hosting finals.
That came up on us.
That was
So this is rodeo.
It says if finals doesn't have it.
He's got to pull it out.
Grandma around the house.
Well, eat first. You got time? Is it your check? It's mine. Just open the leather one and just pull a check. Put it in your pocket right now. Go to the bank or cash it. I don't know what I did with mine.
So-
My stinky badge.
So right here, it's just one paragraph. Yeah, right here, cut into 2 paragraphs. Is there a reason for that? That wasn't intended, was it? No. So I need to do like bold or something. So here's what I always do. Thank you.
Okay. You just need your white ticket and go eat lunch. We'll go eat lunch.
I don't have a white ticket. This is today. Thanks, man. Well, Jeffrey brought me this, so it's possible he might have stolen my lunch tickets so we can have 2 lunches.
Let's just say.
Well, speaking of, who's the little boy right here? We're up at 12 o'clock. Yeah?
I'm not kidding.
Okay. Yeah, and so cute is good, but intelligent is like, yeah.
No, I know, that's right.
Yeah, I know. It's young and stupid. People think I like that. I know what
You know, the millennials, I struggle sometimes, but this one, you're gonna be shocked.
Wait, okay, this is New Mexico, right? Let's find out if you're. Is that Dana? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, now I'm already gonna do social media. Like, oh no, I know how to do my research.
You did good.
You're the best. Thanks.
You bet.
What's for lunch, man? Do you know?
No idea. Yeah.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, of course.
Sometime after lunch.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, so what I do is, I don't know if I can give you an ice bucket, I can give you a cup of ice. Right. Yeah, and if there's anything else I can do to help, let me know. I think there is an ice machine, I think there is an ice machine, but if you're not staying here, I'm so sorry.
Well, get pork chop ice.
Yeah, no, try the cafe.
Ask you to get him ice.
Yeah, if will you
Ask you to get him
I was
ice.
asking earlier on, I lost my story.
Oh, no, it was a joke. He was asking.
I know Jeffrey said they were going to get it.
No, here's what we were laying about. You got put to the left.
Yeah.
Put you to the left, to the left. Your tickets to the left.
thing. It's like, that's weird that other hotels let you do that. Because that's not technically safe. Is Raquel doing okay over there?
I assume so. I mean, Justin's there too.
Oh,
But it looks fine.
I love Justin.
I mean, Raquel seems like she's good by herself.
So, how did you and Devin meet?
We soccer.
Oh, Devin played soccer. Okay. I think it's interesting meeting people that have connections with one another.
Yeah.
And that's the whole beauty of people.
Yeah.
So,
I see him like almost every week.
I
Either
love
here I think last week I saw him. I think he got in like at 8 or somewhere at 9. Well, I either see him at work here or at school.
yeah,
And
Devin is sweet.
cool dude.
He is. He's sweet. I would see him.
Really?
Yeah, good, because he's so like convinced.
Yeah, it can be annoying.
It can be, but it's also that's what
Lawyers need to do.
Yeah. See, for me, I took debate in high school.
Oh, really?
Yes, and I loved it, but it was also one of those things where it was really hard because I'm a people pleaser.
Yeah.
So I just went with, I'll just go with that other person, what they're saying. And I didn't end up, I ended up doing well in the class, but in life, I'm just not a very good debater. That's why the moment somebody asks me, okay, well,
something on the ground. Do you know? Do you know?
See, you're so funny. All right, that was an outreach speaker. All right, so I go. I love this.
Well, you share coffee cups, so they want to keep them.
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah.
So you mean like what? You mean like coffee cups, like?
Like they like this disposable ones. Well, yeah, that's good.
Okay.
I don't think those smoothies will. There's traffic here.
how you doing, Jack?
Good. I was just going to tell you to try to hunt you down for a second about that.
Really, it's the challenge that yeah, certain people that think that they can decide when Are you cold, Ron?
Well, it was.
I've got my pad here, but I do have my pad as well. And
Okay.
I have the mouse cursor marker so I can find it quicker on the screen.
You have it in.
I've selected a mouse cursor that's larger so I can see it quicker
Yes.
on the screen.
I like it. And yeah, distinct colors and stuff like that.
If you go into,
Mhm.
you can do it in Windows 10 too, go into the mouse settings.
I haven't done it in a long time, but I've played with that setting before somewhere.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Evidently. One. You ever see Charlie?
No. Yeah, no, I haven't.
He's become like a suburban
I'm in.
soccer mom or whatever.
No, he's become a
pig killer.
A pig killer, like a community events guy. Like it's always like, oh, the community center is doing this, and like, yeah.
Pumpkin pie social.
Yeah, exactly. Say something hat day or whatever. Yeah. What? Red and Wild, the Red and Wild festival or something. Anyways, yeah, I only see him go by online. So, I mean, I guess everything's going well.
Well,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
we go to the same doctor, so it's, one time I actually ran into him at the doctor. It's like, I actually saw you in person.
I feel like Miss Hannigan in here. I feel like Miss Hannigan in here. Little girls, little girls.
Keep us on the straight and narrow.
Right. It's right back here.
No. Can I see it?
Yes, it is. Please give me your mic.
So are we going to get back together? The health and safety going to get back together?
Hello.
Okay.
When do we want to break it in this? When do we want to break it? We're going to leave all those reports together. Man, I've got full on access to it right here. I can really change mine right now. Okay. I thought that was something maybe y'all had worked out, so. No shit. No shit. I know
get a
that I
refill?
have
Yeah, I might go get mine too.
I have my, there are times or things about which I am less flexible.
You really surprised. They want to come back.
Might not have actually walked up, but I would have been like, I would have said, I didn't see anything to do except that big old rigmarole of Patrick.
Oh, yes.
And I imagine everybody out here would be like, wait a minute, we're going to pass this. He said, we don't have any requirements. Or whatever. And let them in and change it back. That's what we really want to do.
A membership. Over here. No discussion. They're not mad. They're not mad.
Oh, we're sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. Here's how.
Oh, you had it, and
When I emailed him, although they probably did email didn't work. You know, I couldn't say that. We'll get that little dig in there every time.
No, that's not.
2 months ago, pick up the phone, you give me a call. I said, I will respond every email. Got your email, I'll answer. So did you know that capture?
Thank you for your services. Our ambulance bill came in. It was going to both sides, or before. We still play with it.
Something like that.
Okay, we'll pick those up at the end of the session.
Never. It's a blank piece of paper. You're kidding.
I just have it just for you.
I didn't see. Somebody left everybody in the room, but I just didn't see you. So I was thinking it was your brain that scans everybody, memorizes everybody. Wait, we're missing that person. Yeah, thank you for asking. And do according to this A and B. I don't need it. I just look it up.
Because that was the whole point, is to get paramedics.
I'll grab it for you.
Thank you. Can you grab the phone? Yeah, can you grab that too? We don't know he lost it. We don't know if he lost it. So he's looking for the phone. I'm like, can you grab it too? He's like, where are you? Exactly. Fortunately. But unfortunately, I heard it. Yeah. No, you're great. I found out who it was. Yeah.
Candy, I didn't hear you say there's always particular questions to somebody now.
Yes, to Jeannie McLeod and Paul Boyd.
Okay.
Paul is not back in here yet.
Well, Jeannie's right up there.
Okay, yeah, she's right there.
What is his age, though? Maybe I did hear that.
Y'all had an hour, a little more than an hour. Jealous? Let's everybody get back inside so we can get started. It's been a little over an hour.
So it was a kind of a tradition in engineering whenever for a president. So that can be engraved, the whole metal can be engraved. I guess it's got 2 holes in it, like it's a strip with 2 holes. So they just engrave it and then stick the thing in and glue it together. Anyway, the president before me had one, and I became president, and he bought me one of them because I bought the next guy one. I don't know if they still do it, but it was, it had your name on it. So it was Benjamin Shut the Fuck Up. Yes. So I've still got that in my house.
Wait a minute, and like each time you're like...
Yeah, Benjamin Shut the Fuck Up. So it just sits there on my desk and I look at it every now and then, and it makes me laugh.
That's good.
Yeah. Because I didn't name it that. Everybody, that was the name it had before I got mine. Everybody else has the same name.
Okay, everybody take their seats. We'll get started. We left at 12. We left at 12:43. Who did? He didn't. It was 12.
And who is she anyway?
Yeah. Michael's not. Sorry, we left at 12. We left at 11:43. So
I think it was unfair.
I gave an hour. Okay, I'm sorry. All right.
Just remind everybody if they want to have the report on their screen, to send it to me via email or put it on
I'll send it mine in just a minute.
Oh, yeah.
Or no, he's already got it. He already did. Mine was at standing rules or whatever.
Okay.
Or
But I mean just for other people.
Okay.
Because I've noticed several people have not submitted it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna call health and safety back up.
Oh, so now they
While you're waiting for him, could you let us know what the papers were?
Yep.
Questions for the president? Jeannie's one of them.
Is that for Jeannie? Is that for those questions?
Yes.
Okay. If you've got papers on your desk, that's for if you need something to write down the questions for the nominees that the nominating committee wants from you. Nugget? Just before you sit down, come back.
Get up here.
Yes.
Okay. Miss Ajere, that's going to cost you a $50 fine that you might want to see if you can get anyone. You have to raise $50. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no.
By the way, I need a few delegates' help here. There was a challenge that I gave to Mipsy that if he made any facial expressions other than kind ones, that he owed $20 per facial expression. So while I can't look, when you see one, just throw your paddle up.
Whose face?
The one trying not to look at me right now. We're gonna get the health and safety back up on the screen. That was actually.
It's like the unknown cause.
Wasting my groceries out all the
For those that are interested, if you go to the corporate auditor folder, you will find a report in there that you can read Ed's report and make sure that I summarized it correctly. Also, you can go to the budget folder and find the budget actual for this year and the preliminary budget for next year. You can look that over at your leisure. That way you may have questions when we get to that point. Thank you.
You have to refresh or what? Just open it up?
I don't know, I'm not in charge.
No, he's doing it. Mouse in there. Yeah, this never come on our screen. Let's try still trying to get it so we can. Uh-oh. So does everybody else have it on their screen?
I think it's still the old one.
Oh, the old one? Okay. He was trying to update it. You did or didn't?
I did.
Okay.
You might want to move on. I mean, it's up to you.
Well,
I don't have enough
okay. All right, we're going to move on. I think there was a chair for the information technology that yesterday, wasn't there? Charlie, were you?
Well, we didn't have a chair, but I'll do the report.
Okay.
Go ahead and come up there.
Yes, please.
I have no information to share. Good afternoon. It's so nice to be back and see you all. For the information technology, there were 2 points that were brought up. There was approximately 10 people in the meeting. We didn't have a chair, but we went over a couple of things. First one was the contestant online entry site, just looking at something new that we have more control into, a new application or software. Not much information other than that, just comments. The other issue was, the bigger issue was in regards to the password protected documents that the board has, which the login credentials don't work. The reason behind that is the current hosting service we have moved some files around, and Frank is unable to locate the files and does not have access to get support from that service because there is only one name on the account, which is an ex-IGRA member that is not willing to work with us to get that resolved. So Frank is looking into a new hosting service, and in the interim, he has everything backed up, so if you need anything, see Frank or David Hill for financials. They do have all the secure documents. And that was it. Thank you.
Yes, I can do it. I have a question.
Can you give us a written report sometime before the end of the weekend?
Yes.
Okay.
So I personally have a question for the committee. Brian, you said that you would come up with a entry site when our last third quarter board meeting, when you were saying that you wanted to use something other than e-barrel racing. You said that you would bring a entry system to the convention, and so there's not one?
I have a proposal that I have a full proposal if it would like to be entertained at this point. But what the process of getting that in front of the convention would be, I don't know.
Would that be new business or no?
It's a written full proposal, but it would require considerable thought and discussion and evaluation.
Okay, we'll bring it up in new business then. How's that?
Well, if I can talk to you offline about it, I'd be.
Okay.
I'm not sure that it's that this is the appropriate venue to start the process of moving that forward.
So I guess my question is, what is going to be used for 2023?
Let's try to use the microphone, please.
I said, what is going to be used for 2023? Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks, Roger. I was fixing that for you. Let's give Brian.
Okay, so first of all, I don't think I'm in charge of that. I merely made a suggestion, and I'm not in charge of that of 2023 or the registration system at this point. I made a suggestion to improve the registration system process. As you may or may not know, the current registration system is, as it stands now, using the e-barrel racing. It's a veneer of a WordPress enterable PDF on top of a system of crumbling and soon-to-be outdated technology. That technology is probably known by maybe 2 to 3 people in the organization how to operate it. If we lose those people, we lose the organizational knowledge. So I suggested that we look at an end-to-end solution, and I reached out to someone that I know, who I work with, and created a proposal. I brought it to, I think I brought it to the board, correct?
Yes, you did.
Yeah. And the board asked me to go back and talk a little bit more with the programmer, which I did. He has sent me a final proposal, and it's a complex issue. It's a expensive issue, and it needs significant vetting by the executive board and the board of directors. If you want it to be presented here at convention, I'm happy to do it. However, I think it's inappropriate.
Okay, I guess I personally misunderstood whenever the board didn't entertain the full proposal. Then when we talked about just an entry system, and you even gave a dollar figure to have something simple like that made, that you would have it to propose at the convention, I guess I misunderstood. Malon, Brian needs it again.
Okay, so just to clarify, the dollar amount that I gave was not to replace the thin veneer of the entry system, the WordPress PDF fillable document.
Okay.
The dollar amount that I gave was to create an end-to-end product that included the end user, the beginning user interface, through all of the systems that the auditors, the secretaries, all of the reporting, all of those things, and an output at some point.
Okay.
So that figure was not to replace the that system. That system that we're using currently is certainly usable as a enterable PDF document. People realizing that once that is done, okay, once that document that we as contestants fill out, that document or that data is hand keyed into the rest of the system by human beings. And my proposal I have is end-to-end, no intervention by a human being.
So is it safe to say if there's nothing new, you just continue what you're using?
Yeah, that's exactly. Okay, thank you, Brian. Any questions for Charlie? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
we'll bring health and safety back. Two. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Good job. We'll move back to budget, so David's ready now.
We had a meeting on Friday. There were 9 people present. All were voting members except for 3. We discussed the budget line by line. Some of the ideas that were knocked around were eliminating printing of the rule book. Sounds good in theory, but it needs to be thoroughly vetted before we can just eliminate the budget. So I think it would go to another committee because we don't have the authority to just say we're not printing the rule book. There's a lot of things that need to be considered before we could go to a digital method of the little book. Another item that was discussed was how can we reduce the cost of the storage unit for the archives. It was brought up that maybe we could buy some sort of a vehicle that would store the documents and then also be available to show as requests come in. It sounds like a good idea. However, the documents do not need to be sitting in a van in 110 degrees in Las Vegas. So there's issues to be brought up. But it's more appropriate that that come from the archive committee and not the budget itself. Great idea to reduce that line item. Another item was maybe we should buy CDs so that we could get a little extra income and interest instead of $5 a year. That we're going to look, well, the treasurer will look at that item. Some rodeos have gone to digital programs. If it worked for them, that's fine. But there again, WGRF committee needs to look into whether that would work for finals or not. Sounds good, but not everybody is quite up to speed on the digital age. And once again, they need to consider the pros and cons of that. That's the items that came up. The subdirectory there also has a preliminary proposed budget for 2023 that you can look at. If you have any questions on line items or that sort of thing, please bring it to me and If necessary, we will get the budget committee together and go further. There's a budget to actual for 22 that you can peruse at your leisure. That concludes the committee report. Any questions for our committee? Number 10. Sorry, Jenny, that's you.
You go, no, you go ahead. I saw it coming. You're fine.
David, when we were in the meeting, we talked about proposing for the printing of both the program and also for the program as well as the rule book, that instead of just giving it out, that we would charge for that. So is that something we wanted to propose?
I don't think we're there to propose that. We get the question every year, what does IGRA do for the association to charge them annual dues? One of those items is the production of the rule book. So what do we do if we turn around and charge them $10 for a rule book? It needs to be considered.
Number 11.
Roger Bergman, NGRA and Archives Chair. Regarding the archives, you're correct, David. Las Vegas in a truck is not a good place to be putting paper documents that should be at least in a temperature control. Humidity is not a problem, except it might be a little too dry. Regarding the reduction of the budget, I know that strictly you are not allowed to spend funds until a budget has been approved. But sometimes with the storage unit, if we pay in advance, we can get a cheaper rate. If we don't pay soon, they're going to up it, or I'm going to have to move to another location. So far since I've been in Vegas, I've moved to 3 different storage units because prices keep going up, and we haven't been able to pay prior to the storage unit price going up. And it's not a contract with these storage units, but if we can pay in advance, but if for any reason we decide to move out, we get a refund on anything that wasn't used. But there is an advantage to paying in advance. So I don't know if there's some way that David can have approval that he can, to save money, go ahead and pay some in advance before they never tell us when they're going to give us a raise in the price, but they usually, about 3 months before we're done with our current payment, they're going to say, okay, starting on such and such a date, and they jump at $100 a month or more. So it would be good if there's a way we could keep that paid in advance.
Number 5.
I have 2 things. One, just a suggestion, possibly going to a QR code for the rule books for the future. I mean, that's just a suggestion. And then on one of these, on the payroll, did we actually do payroll this year, even though no time cards were received?
If you look at the actual, there has been only a few dollars in payroll this whole year.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
And if you look at the 2023 budget, I left monies in there in case that we have an executive director position that we need to pay for. That is still up in the air at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Michael?
We created the royalty travel fund. I think looking at this for 2023, the budget is $1,000. And I'm just wondering if that is sufficient for what royalty would need for travel, given how expensive it is.
Okay, so the travel, that amount of money comes from Denton Texas.
Oh,
From
okay.
what, from what?
The entry fee. That's the entry fee into the contest. It goes into a traffic fund.
No.
Yes, and then part of their money that they raise also.
Yes.
It does not pay for the royalty to travel. It is a way to give back their entry fees and what they raised for IGRA to become a contestant. A 25%, I believe, goes to the travel fund or whatever. It's not royalty is going to get all their travel paid for.
Any other questions? We have a motion to approve the budget.
So moved.
Second? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Okay.
Job low. Okay, thank you.
Benjamin, are you ready? You just gonna do it from there? Okay.
Normally we have a tablecloth up here, so y'all don't look up our skirts while we're sitting down on the stage. Bylaws, please.
No fun in that.
I'm gonna wear a shorter one tomorrow. Yeah, I'll just read it and just cover the points. It's pretty short, and then we'll get into the proposals. So, yeah.
He's getting 03? 03?
The report at the bottom.
Oh, bottom.
The report at the bottom.
Frank.
Yeah, short and sweet. We had a very good meeting yesterday. Again, thanks to the committee members for your hard work at wordsmithing some pieces. We had some original proposals, the advanced proposals that were sent out, the 60-day timeline proposals. Some of those passed, some of those did not make it out of the committee, of course. We had two additional proposals that the committee considered originally, that originated in our committee meeting. And we also helped some of the other committees review and massage some of their proposals to make them smooth on the floor. That's all we did. It seems like we did a lot more than that. All right.
In our bylaws, we're supposed to send out the proposal.
Turn your mic on.
In our bylaws, we're supposed to send out the proposals 60 days in advance. At the June meeting and the July meeting, I pointed out that deadline to our board of directors and said we need the proposals by this date. That date came and passed, and I emailed the board of directors that I had received 0 proposals to send out to the associations. So when you say that proposals were distributed to the associations, they didn't go to the advisory secretary. So I think that's something we need to fix for next year.
So you did send out the email, I believe, requesting the advanced proposals, correct?
Yes, I did.
Yes, and I did receive some, as a committee chair, I received some subsequent to that. I received those, I edited those, prepared them, sent that email back to you, copying Candy on it.
Okay.
And I followed up with Candy to say, when I texted her one time, and I said, were those sent out? And I think she said yes, or I said, okay, she thought it was.
Okay.
So, were those sent out?
No.
Okay.
I never saw or heard a word.
Okay, I'll pull up the email as record of that. We used to have IGRA groups. I used to share them on there. I do believe Frank reached out to me. No, I don't believe. Frank did reach out to me and said, were there proposals that he could add to the website? And I said yes, and I sent them to him, and he did. So.
So on behalf of our committee, if you did not receive, and myself, if you did not receive those in advance, my apologies. I will do more than send an email next time. I'll make sure that it goes farther than that. So we did consider them all though. So that's all for the committee except for the proposals. There's 5 or 6 or 7 proposals for consideration by the group.
Frank, can you bring up the first bylaw proposal? Yes.
We were testing the editing capabilities that I have up here to when you all refresh. So please ignore the P after the school P. That does not belong there. That was our little test, and we didn't fix it. We didn't take it out.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Nay. I'm gonna call the count on that one. Okay. All the ones in favor, raise your hand, please. Sorry, a majority. All the nays? Can the nays put your hands nice and high?
Just one hand.
You can put your hand down, I'm sorry. The yeas are 49, nays 20. Abstention, 2 abstentions.
Anybody who didn't vote is automatically abstained.
Okay. Yes, it passes. Motion passes. The motion passes. Yes, sir. Number 4, Ron.
I just have a question on this that passed with the approved rodeo school. Currently, IGRA does not have to approve the association's rodeo school. This would seem like it means that IGRA has to approve every rodeo school that an association does. Is that correct?
Only if you want the extra delegate, right?
Well, that's my question because IGRA doesn't have to approve rodeo schools that we do. If we ask for the money, that's different.
That's true.
So I'm just asking for clarification on that because it's misleading.
So this did come up in the committee, or the discussion around this came up in the committee, and what constituted a rodeo school that IJRA could verify. So the committee chose this verbiage: approved rodeo schools. Any rodeo school by an association that applies for approval, I don't know the process, but my understanding is that applies for approval from IJRA, and IJRA says, yes, that's an approved rodeo school, you qualify for this.
No, currently IJRA does not have to approve.
This does not say IJRA has to approve. If you ask for approval and IJRA does happen to approve you, you meet this. There's no requirement for IJRA to do anything different than they're currently doing. This says if that approval is given by IJRA, then you get delegates for that. Yeah.
I believe number 15 had a question.
Judy Munson, CRGRA. We actually did not specify exactly what that approval process would look like, Ron, and that may be a weakness in that sentence. We were talking about rodeo schools who were applying for the $500 subsidy, and so those who were not, we wanted to make sure that the rodeo school was adequate and not just half of the events. So that may be a little bit of a flaw in that sentence and in that proposal.
And that was my comment. If you request the money for the rodeo school, then IJRA does approve. But if you don't request money, and that's all I was asking for clarification, because it's not written that way.
Number 10.
Thank you, Jeff from Asbury. For the definition of rodeo, I would think it would be what is covered underneath IJRA insurance. Would be almost a better way of phrasing that, because then everything on the list is covered by IJRA.
Already passed.
It's already passed. The motion's already passed. We're number.
Point of order.
Yes. Okay. All right. This is already passed, so.
Questions, we can answer them, but this is passed, so.
Okay. Did you have just a question? Pork chop? Okay.
Or an answer.
Or an answer.
I was relying on my committee because I didn't know that.
I just wanted to clarify that our delegation changed because earlier we established that a supermajority was 50, and you said the vote was 49. So either we have fewer delegates than we did this morning, or our numbers.
So we can certainly ask the secretary that, okay, no bylaws, parliamentarian. We can certainly ask the secretary to report the current delegate numbers or get a new count or whatever you would like to do on that. All votes cast. Let me back up. A motion passes or fails based on a majority or 2/3 of votes cast. In fact, in another email to the secretary earlier, before convention, I suggested that when we go through this process of announcing delegates and majorities and 2/3, that we remind the group that not every measure, our bylaws do not state that a measure has to pass by a majority or 2/3 of the entire eligible voting group. Our rules state that a measure must pass by a majority or 2/3 of votes cast. So this delegation could go up, down, we could go down to 10 people and it would still be a majority of votes cast. So updated delegate numbers, we can share them with you if you'd like, but they don't they don't dictate the outcome of the vote. Okay, thanks. Question, I guess number 4.
Frank, can you bring up number 4? Any questions? Any discussion? Number 4. Malon, oh. What did you get to, Murmur?
Try.
Need better legs.
Ouch.
I would just like to ask for the chair, maybe to give a rationale why the last statement is added with serve only a maximum of 3 consecutive years.
If anyone in the committee would like to address that, feel free. Frank wasn't in the committee, but take it away, Frank.
I agree, we need to add the word, may serve. An individual may serve only a maximum of 3 years or something to that extent.
That's not
Just
the
make
question.
it
That's not
clear.
the question. That's not the question.
Yeah, that's fine. Go to the group.
Number 7. Brian Murmur, right behind you, Brian Peelander.
You asked about the rationale behind the 3 years.
Yeah.
Rationale behind the 3 years is this. As you know, we're a 501c3 now, and it's common practice and good practice to switch out your auditor from time to time and get a different set of eyes on the books so that we can be assured that there's no hanky-panky. Not that I'm saying there is, okay? But as an organization, we can be assured there's no hanky-panky between the treasurer and the auditor that we've had for 10 years and then suddenly just find out that there's been hanky-panky. So it's really a safe, common, and standard practice for a good 501c3.
Any other discussion? Number 11. Murmur and support job. Malon's going.
Just have a question. So if this were to pass, is that retrospective or does that count start in January?
I can address as a parliamentarian. I guess from a parliamentarian's point of view, it becomes effective at the beginning of the new rodeo year. It seems as though someone who's been 3 years in the role might not be eligible to be appointed in 2023. That's sort of my reading of it.
Any other discussion? Seeing none? Seeing none? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Frank, can you bring 05 up?
You can read through all this. It's a verbiage cleanup clarification. Actually making the verbiage consistent is what I should say.
No changes, just cleanup. There's no changes, there's just cleanup. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes.
This is a cleanup. This is a cleanup. That one. This is another one where I think that was removed in past years, but it was either way, whether it was or wasn't, it was existing in this year's bylaws, or rules. So we've removed that as a cleanup as well.
Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes.
I'm going to interject. While those of you who haven't read this or reading it, I want to thank my committee members for going back to your delegations and explaining what the time that we spent in the committee going through all of these, because it's certainly speeding up our work on the floor. So I really appreciate your efforts and your delegation's efforts to discuss it internally. I'm assuming that's how we're moving along so smoothly. Now back to her.
You gotta get in, draw to the top.
Yeah, I can maybe focus your attention on a couple of areas here just for ease of reading it and understanding it before debate. Everything from where it says about the middle of the screen, page 8, Article 5, new Section 5. Everything from there down is simply finding occurrences of program administrative assistant and changing that title to executive director. So nothing below that. The only changes below that are to that title. Program and administrative assistant to executive director. The substantive change is the top part of that.
Number 5.
Yes, I'll do it. The executive director of IGRA shall have these powers delegated to him/her by the board of directors.
Yep. Simple word.
Not the board of directors.
Yes.
The committee accepts that. We'll change it right now.
Okay, number 9.
I'm an old person, I don't do electronics well. Can you make that bigger so I can read it? Thank you.
She needs you to put the two screens together.
Just refreshing to get that word back in there. I don't know what that's all
Number 4.
Mark Christensen, AGRA.
Is it refreshed?
Question is, who's going to appoint this executive director? And what is the pay?
Did you want to answer that?
Again, I'd like my committee, any committee member who'd like to respond to that may do so.
Mark Board or Brian, either one? You want-
The board of directors would appoint the executive director, and the pay would be 0 as it is now.
He just chose not to submit it,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Mark, did you want to speak on it as well? Okay. Number 2?
Tim Smith, TGRA. The only thing after seeing this, though, is so the executive director shall have those powers delegated to him or her only from the board of directors, correct? So the executive board couldn't give them that executive director some of the powers to do some of the stuff they may want him to do as well, correct?
I think I can comment on that. Again, back to as parliamentarian, the board of directors is the entity responsible for that power that's listed here that you just suggested, or that you just reiterated. The board of directors also has authority to delegate some of its power to a smaller group or a different group. So in theory, a board of directors could say, okay, executive board, would you do this? But the ultimate responsibility would be that board of directors.
So only the full board, that's my question. So the executive board could not delegate that, some of that, because the executive board doesn't
Not,
have-
the executive board could not delegate any of its powers to that individual without also running it by the full board.
Okay.
Correct. So the full board is the one that controls what can and can't go there. Again, the full board may give authority to someone else or somebody else to also give authority, but they could pull that back at any time. So the authority of the executive director's powers lies with the full board, correct?
That clarifies it, thank you.
Number 4?
John Roman, AGRA. Just a point for diversity and inclusion, maybe to remove the gendered language or say to them by the board of directors.
Yes.
Well, you gotta change all of bylaws there.
It's the inclusion of the pronouns.
At least one on the committee, I'll say me, being the linguist, doesn't like these singular use of a plural pronoun, but is happy to oblige nonetheless.
Number 1?
Thank you. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, for clarification regarding what Brian has stated. I believe last year about this time in lieu of convention at a board meeting, there were adjustments made to the administrative assistant's pay scale, which was, I think, $15 an hour based on a time card that I was supplied and directed to fill out for the hours spent. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I think the pay was a little higher. I think it's like 18.
I think it was 18.
Okay.
And with that being said, this year, based on what David said, this year, I chose to not fill out any time card, and Candy can verify that. Not one penny have I taken from IGRA in the last 12 months, based on coming out of COVID and IGRA's bit of a struggle coming out financially. I chose not to fill out those time cards. Can you confirm that, Candy?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Number 7.
Ron Helander, and Jerry. I think it's the mic, not me. I got it. That's right on. Perhaps I misspoke. The pay could be anywhere from 0 to whatever the board determined was appropriate for the organization. I was assuming that what was the current pay that Tommy was getting in his role as administrative assistant was in fact 0. So that's a clarification on
Who else wanted number 5 and then 11? 5.
Paul, GPRA, I think that needs to have clarification in it stating that this is a non-paid position unless there are expenses only.
Number 11. With those credentials. With those credentials.
Roger Bergman, NGRA. I might be missing it, and maybe it's not important, but I see that the executive board, the board of directors can delegate powers, and it says that the powers of the director are those delegated by the board of directors, but is there any place that says that the board of directors appoints the executive director? I don't see anything that talks about how that executive director exists.
I can certainly answer that directly. I'll pause the debate time if this is a question. I can answer that directly, and again, I was hoping that the committee members would have tried to share as much of this discussion with the delegates as possible. The committee purposely left out details such as the pay and what you're suggesting so the board would have the ability to make this role what the board needed or wanted it to be. The intent would be currently, or the discussion was that currently the responsibilities of this position would be identical to those that the administrative assistant is currently doing. But we left it broad enough, we purposely left it broad enough without a lot of definition around the executive director as an opportunity to grow into that position and find out what we as an organization or as the board of directors would like that executive director to do in the going forward, I should say. That's the discussion that happened to arrive at this point.
Number 13, Maureen.
I served on this committee. Can you all hear me?
No, get a little louder.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I served on this committee, and just a couple comments I want to make, because I do agree with the intent of the name change, because in order to really promote IGRA in the community, we need a little bit more, meat or power behind the conversation when you're going out into the community representing IGRA. So I do think that that is, the future that IGRA needs to really grow the organization. And some of the discussion and my personal input on this was that I feel like there's more work that needs to be done in determining the job description of that person and to really and the skills that we're looking at, what we can get to do. I do understand that this is a starting point, that this we'll take what we have and we will move forward, but with the future of IGRA, that some changes that might need to be made. So I believe that this is a good move for IGRA. I question whether or not we have done the work behind it to support it. And in terms of appointment, I understood it would be a higher, this would be an employee, so it would be a higher position, not an appointed position.
Actually, there's the discussion time. Basically, there's 10 seconds left for discussion, so it would be like a motion to extend.
Is there a motion to extend? Is there a motion to extend? Okay, we had a motion by Mark and seconded by Tom. All in favor of extending, say aye. Aye. opposed, say nay. Nay. It passes, we're gonna extend. So, number 5, I believe it was. Paul?
I'll just make a motion.
Okay, all right, Mark Christensen?
I think we need to send this back to their group and let them redo this and make it right and then bring it back to us. Revert back to the committee, please.
Oh, I thought he did a motion to extend.
No, motion, send back.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Then do you want to second that?
I'll second that. Sorry about the call.
Discussion on the motion to extend.
Any
The motion
discussion?
to refer.
Any discussion on the, no, it has not passed. Any discussion on the motion to send back to the committee? Okay, number 15, number 11.
Judy Munson, CRGRA. I don't really believe it needs to go back to the committee. I think that what we may be missing, I think, was just spoken about over here, is that basically we're changing the title from assistant administrative assistant to executive director. The responsibilities at this point in time are the same. That may change, but right now they are the same. The income or the wage, whether it's being collected or paid or not being paid, is the same. So I think we're a little hung up on the job and the job description and all that, when really that's not part of this. It's just the title, executive director, and for all the reasons that were stated, it makes us way more credible. It makes it better for us approaching corporations, sponsors, grants, all of those things.
And I'd like to comment on the motion to extend as well.
Dr. Lucy, Jerry, I keep hearing this wants to go back to committee because it doesn't delineate what the salary and the job requirements are. But if we're simply changing this from program administrative assistant position to executive director, at the last in the board meeting, November 14th of 2021, the board of directors did adopt those things, and I have it here on my screen.
Yes.
Somebody wants me to share those, show the board.
Those what?
I can't hear.
What did you say? They adopted what?
At the November board meeting last year, we adopted the program administrative assistant position. It shows about the pay, how it, it has to be, time is subtract,
Yes.
20 hours per week, etc.
Yes.
I mean, so all that's been done, and it's already something that the board has voted on. If we're simply changing the title of that position, all of those items have already been resolved. So if we're sending it back to committee to resolve those items, I don't feel like it should go back to committee. If it does, you guys need to ask for what you want the committee to consider, because I don't know what they're going to know what to do to tweak it to make it happen.
If I can, now I'll speak on this motion. If this comes back to the committee, I'm not sure that you're going to get anything different from what you have on the screen here, unless somebody has a different idea or a better idea or something, and our committee spent quite a bit of time on this. So if it goes back to the committee, it's probably not coming back to the floor this convention. So I'll just put that out there. It might, but it might not. The committee may not be able to do what you're asking. I agree with Guy on that.
Number 5.
Paul, GPRA. I think the reason everybody's wanting it to go back to committee is because Brian said that it was a zero-pay position. If y'all are going to state that it's a zero-pay position, then it needs to state it in this right here. That's what Brian said.
That is not the position of.
Okay, I didn't hear you correctly. Sorry.
That's not the position of the committee. The committee, this proposal is silent on what that pay may or may not be. All of those issues would currently reside where they reside now, is with the board of directors.
Motion withdrawn.
Can't really do that. We can vote it down.
We can vote it down, but we can't withdraw it. But Brian, did you want to?
Again, I just want to reiterate that I was trying to express that, as a name change, whatever was going on with the current administrative assistant program manager, which is currently not being paid, that would continue. And secondarily, this could provide us with an opportunity to go to looking for an infrastructure grant as a buddy 501c3 to hire an executive director to help guide our organization. And there are, I'm not promising, but I think there are infrastructure grants out there that could do that.
She or someone did mention that the other discussion on the motion to send to committee.
Okay, we're only accepting discussion on the motion to send back to committee. Is there any other discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor of sending back to committee, say aye. Opposed?
Nay. Motion fails.
Motion fails.
Continued discussion on the original proposal.
I thought it was.
No, we extended.
Okay. Got it.
We motioned to extend, so there's two more.
So now we can continue discussion on the proposal. Number 15, Chuck.
Chuck Browning, Canadian Rockies. Just to pull out here, look at the article at the top. This is about corporate powers. This is specifically identifying the power of the board of directors, which before had the ability to delegate to the committees or officers. It's now adding this executive director to that. I think we're getting pulled into discussions about this position. That's not what this is about. This is adding to the corporate powers with this ability to delegate duties to this executive director.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. And I believe that's the last.
That concludes the bylaws committee report without, unless there are any questions, I guess. Questions?
Any questions for the bylaws, Chair?
That happily concludes the bylaws committee report. Thank you, team.
Okay, let's take take a break, and we'll be back at 2:15. How's that? Give you time to go to the bathroom and, yep.
I haven't made any. No, I haven't made any. I have not made any. I didn't make any. No, I didn't make any. No, no. I don't have 100.
Yeah, if you get ice in a Sprite.
What?
You sure you don't mean to get it for you? How are you?
Oh, okay. So what time?
Several more days than 6 of those at the least. Reading.
Sorry.
The only reason I voted no is because I hadn't had a chance to read it. You got things sent out, remember, and they changed it so much on what was sent out that I got down to like 2/3. All of a sudden we were voting, so I said, no,
Okay, well,
all right, that's the other reason.
You're on me, I thought everybody had.
How about the two banners there?
I gave him, I'm sure that she said, I'll make sure I get it back to the
Well, I had looked, all right, I think I got I wanted to make sure that or on the banners that was in the city.
That's what, because she was, get your navigation.
Or were you not there during that discussion?
Oh yeah, I was the one who said it in several other meetings. When I did tell them. Well, he was gonna do that anyway.
No, but you could have said, instead of asking the question again.
I leaned over.
No, he still said it again. He said, calm down. I'm like, y'all consider back to the it ain't coming back. It ain't coming back here to our committee. I'm pretty sure it's our committee. We did exactly what our committee wanted to do. We did exactly what our committee wanted to do. And I'm not going to push. I had the same pushbacks as that time we need something. I'm going to need something serious. No, I'm not saying I should or shouldn't have one, but it's not financial. It's a big success. And, but I don't know how to report it. Chose. around here. I do all kind of stuff going on back here behind the man behind the curtain, or the crew's behind the curtain. Exactly. Then I thought I'd sit down and
So I have an order of my
I've been listening for 25 damn years at that time.
I think I might have.
Me too.
I might already have. Yep. Let's see, Gmail's easier.
You go back to 12,000 pages every convention. We literally ran those printers. We literally ran those printers past fucking Ryan Rogers or something back in the day. We ran ours. You wouldn't shut up. So it's an old name or something. I'm never down there. I don't know. I guess I don't see they have one there, but I've always got it right here too. All along. Oh, you need a server. Oh yeah. Yeah, fair. Well, in that case, you do need a paper. You need a copy, whether it's paper or something. Anyway, so he ignored. Maybe they were calling me or something. Something happened. He didn't jump right. Oh, she's like, where are you going? He's like, I can't be like, she's still looking for a paper copy of the bullshit. Mary laughed. I don't know if he heard me, but he probably wouldn't like it.
Go on that mountain, you're gonna have lots of stories.
How can it be down there? It's 12. Oh, I didn't know probably a good move. This bird, like fucking Van Iverson. He's worse than Charlie Redeemer, who's worse than Okay, question for you. Those of us who ranking those of us who favor the youth, where do I sit in the ranking of me, Charlie Redeemer, and Dan Iverson? Of who favors the youth the most?
Today, I would say.
Let's think today, like just because they're absent, they don't get a pass on on how they are. All the years, okay, out of all the years you've known all three of them, and their shenanigans. Drop it down. He was way worse than Charlie. Oh, really? Charlie was worse than me. Not much worse, but is he? I don't know. Non-stop. The younger, like younger.
Well, if that's all, like, what kind of truck?
I didn't know there was a college around.
I go to Central High School in Charlie, like.
Yeah. That's the story. Charlie will tell you that.
There's air coming out right through that. From the light, that's the air. That's the air vent. I can feel it standing there.
Can't be abusing no dogs around us. We're gonna extend it. We're gonna extend the break for another 15 minutes because they're wheeling in your food right now. So we're gonna be back at 2:30.
What is it? What kind of food is it? Like
It's light.
afternoon tea?
It's light. Hey, it's vegetables. You might not like that. Still like
You shouldn't be talking
Hey, you want me to have lunch a little earlier tomorrow?
By the way, the lunch was
just now, Jim Gady just now, they're not gonna have any of it.
Yes. I've got it. Yeah.
Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me.
It's much better than, you should have seen me.
I saw you.
Oh, yeah.
Fire engine figure red.
That should cut down a little bit. That should cut down a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah, we need a group. Never grew any feet.
We're gonna do it tomorrow.
Did you eat any healthy stuff? You didn't eat nothing. That is. Who told you? It's the first, it's after lunchtime. Huh? Robin went and got beer.
Is your mic on?
No.
You were in Montreal. Other than that, all the other ones.
Yeah, the other ones are just clean up, but they are not.
There's a bunch of But you can't mark it before. I mean, yes, I get it. There used to be 3 stops.
Time to get back.
That's a lot of responsibility.
She's changing seats with
Let's everybody get back in and sit down.
John, y'all coming down here.
I'm gonna call Roger, Hall of Fame, and let him go.
Good afternoon. The Hall of Fame committee met yesterday morning. There were 9 people in attendance and no proposed changes to the standing rule. Currently, there's 48 people that are in the Hall of Fame. And this weekend, tomorrow, we will be inducting Frank Elam Jr., Dolores D. Zespan, Rick Jones, James Jenkins Jr., Trenda Monahan, and Michael Vrooman Jr. We'd like you to always be aware that we're looking for nominations, so especially look back within your own associations, early rodeo programs, if you did produce rodeos, see what names appear in those programs over and over. Maybe those people are someone you should consider. Talk to the older people in your associations and see if you can come up with some new names that people that are currently not in the Hall of Fame. We do have about 35 people nominated currently, but we're always looking for more. And if we get an additional nomination for someone who's already been nominated, it's an indication that perhaps the committee needs to take a good look at that individual and maybe get them in soon. Frank is on the Hall of Fame site right now, and at the top of that page, you can find it either with a link on the IGRA.com or you can find it on the GayRodeoHistory.org site. At the top of the page, Frank, up at the very top, there's the IGRA Hall of Fame standing rule, and there's a Microsoft Word. You can fill out the form right on your computer and email it to the executive. we need to change that standing rule because it does say administrative assistant. But standing rule does list the requirements, what we're looking for, and it's individuals who have provided for the development and growth of gay rodeo or have accrued an outstanding record or achieved a prominent position in the sport. So keep that in mind when you're thinking of individuals, and please consider getting some nominations in. We accept nominations up until March 1st of each year, and after that date, anything that comes in won't be considered until the following year. Once we get a nomination, it stays in the list. People don't have to be renominated every year. Once their nomination is in, we can look at it and consider them each year. That's all I have on that particular part. One of the things that happened in the meeting yesterday is a good suggestion from Candy that the Hall of Fame committee needs to maybe consider a few more people. When they first started the Hall of Fame, they only inducted 2 people a year, and then they moved to 3, and then 4. Then now we've been doing it 6 for about the last 3 years, I believe. But we missed 2 years. We missed 2020 and 2021. And now that we're doing this, if we continue to do the Hall of Fame reception on Saturday night, it is an opportunity that we might be able to induct some of the people on Saturday night and some on Sunday afternoon. But we want to make sure that if we do it on Saturday, we have some way of, and apparently Frank has a way, we can go ahead and have it available on YouTube Live as an event. So we could do that on Saturday as well as Sunday. Don't forget, there will be a party tonight in the same room where we had the luncheon today. It starts at 7:30 to 10:30. There will be hors d'oeuvres at no cost. There will be 2 bars set up at your expense. We know how you drink.
I'm going to correct that. You're going to get 1 drink ticket.
Things are looking up. Can I make it a triple? Again, 7:30 to 10:30 tonight. Let's dress in our finest. It's going to be a nice, fun party. And be there there will only be 4 people tonight that are going to be inducted tomorrow. Frank Elam is not available. He had to work this weekend, so he won't be here tonight or tomorrow. Trenda Monahan will be here for the awards luncheon tomorrow and the awards in the afternoon. Any questions?
Yes, Benjamin. That change was passed in the bylaws committee already, that name change that you mentioned. Thank you. Thank you.
We're letting go, but was there any questions for Roger? Okay. All right, Chuck, are you ready? Sure. Rodeo rules.
Yay!
Thank you, Candy. Frank, if you could pull, oh, sorry, got it up there. We had a lot of people representing several associations as voting representatives, and they had some non-voting. So those that have multiple people, we had people come in and out. So the committee met, reviewed 9 proposals. We had 3 that were proposed, but not prior to the timeline for us to distribute out. So those were 2 that were late and 1 that was given to me a couple days ago. The committee respectfully presents these to the Assembly for consideration and adoption. The committee was presented with proposals from the judges and the Health and Safety Committee as well and found no concerns or perceived conflicts with those.
Oh, sorry. 07, please. Any discussion? Number 13, Sam.
Sam Simpkin, River Rodeo Association. I like the idea a lot. I just have one question on it, how it would be accomplished on the part that says, if not, the course must be measured exactly and marked, and then it's moved out, goes to prior to the start of the rodeo, but then marked out as unless not allowed by the facility. So my question is, how are you going to mark it if the facility won't allow you to leave stakes there?
Yes, you answer.
The underline with stakes and laser pointers were referring to the facilities not allowing us to use those. So if the facility was not allowing us to use their stakes or laser pointers, then we would measure exactly and mark it according to our pattern. I defer that to David. Oh, he's got his hand up.
And also, if we can't stake, if the arena won't let us stake for some reason, which I think happened at Mesquite, we can. I think I'm usually loud enough anyway, but if a few years ago, like at Mesquite, they would not let us stake, so there is a way to measure, and you use 2 ropes that go out in lieu of a stake. You already have a marked place on the fence, and you use ropes rather than have to go out and measure your pattern every time. So the process is already in place.
Number 7, Will. Oh.
Thank you, Mary. Will Land, Vicky, Wilma. One of the reasons why I wanted this put in and agree with it is New Mexico has a barrel pattern every Wednesday night that they have staked. Not only do they have a stake, but they have a rope that they put out to the side that if you lose those stakes, you run it out and you check it. So it's already set up for us, so we didn't want to have to redo it again.
Charlie, number 15.
In regards to lasers, I don't know if this would ever be an issue, but if we have a facility where the lasers are not set according to a standard pattern, is a variance still needed for something like that?
No.
David, did you want to answer that?
So part of the intent of this is, you know, to keep us kind of with the industry standard. If you go to a known facility, as long as it meets our safety guidelines of minimums off the fence, that kind of stopping distance. If you go to a known arena and you know what their times run there all the time, then it's kind of nice to be able to say, okay, we ran with their times type of thing. So it wouldn't be, if we put this in, then it wouldn't be needing a variance, because we're saying it's okay, go ahead and use what they use. They're aware of the safety conditions, they're aware of the ground, they're already aware they're doing our work for us, and we just go in and use what's already there.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Abstentions? Passes. 08, Frank?
8.
Any discussion? Number 11. Pork chop.
I was in the room for this, and so I'm not real clear on what happened, but on this is broken into two sections. It tells you what you do under normal circumstances, and then it tells you what you do when you have a malfunction. But the intent was to make it clear that we were just using the electronic timer for the backup time, but now taking out F doesn't say that. It would basically say that we have to record everything.
I don't see. David's got it.
David?
It doesn't mean that you have to record all the time. It means that if you take that out, then you don't get the electric out time, then you would just record the time that they get. The stopwatch. It doesn't mean you have to record all of them, just whatever they get, that's what you record. Doesn't tell you what
The backup time?
But if you leave it in, then you're saying you can't record their stopwatch. Well, we don't.
Murmur, you stay up forward. Mail-on number 13, Doreen.
Doreen River, just a question, and point B under 2A, the second sentence, it says the second electric timer may replace 2 stopwatches. If we went to, we have to have a electric timer and 1 stopwatch. one of the second, timer would replace
That's not what's being.
the other two stop. I'm not sure what that meant.
It's already the current rule, Doreen. That's already the current rule. That if they have simultaneous timers like that, then they don't have to have the.
I understand what she's
Okay.
meaning.
Oh, okay.
That each timer replaces a stopwatch, so the main timer and the backup.
So you can have two electric eyes.
You have 2 eyes and 1 stopwatch. You have to have 3 total.
It's like teamwork.
Yeah. Yeah. Number 9, Lisa. Or well, hang on, Lisa. Hang on. Charlie he had his up. Okay.
Charlie, well, the letter F, so scorekeeper will record only electric time, like you're removing it, so are you assuming they're recording everything, both stopwatch? And then my other question was on the bottom half on A, if the electric timing light fails for test scorekeeper will record backup time, is that contestant given a rewrite? Or no, okay, so they just record, they get the backup stopwatch time. Okay, thank you.
Now number 9. You change your mind? Stage fright? Oh. Not working? Yeah. Talk loud. Yeah, it's not. Number 2, Tim. Test that mic, Mark.
So, okay, Tim Smith, TJRA. Pork chop, because you were in there, and if you recall, the reason that we came up with the backup time was because you actually specifically stated, well, wait, the way we were originally making the verbiage, we said, well, wait a minute, what if it was actually the stopwatch time that messed up, and one timing light, then the only backup you have, kind of like my microphone doesn't work. But that one backup time would be a timing light time. However, if both timing lights, which actually did happen, I don't remember where this year, but the wind or something caught the timing lights, so we had no timing. Little Rock, you're right. The 2 electronic timing lights didn't work, but we had a backup stopwatch time. So that's why it's saying backup. I don't know if that.
But that bottom part is right, it's the top part that's.
I have an idea.
Okay. I'm not seeing what you're seeing.
Okay, David, you want to?
I would like to propose an amendment to F that it's rather than taking it. I would like to propose an amendment to F. Rather than taking it out, we could say scorekeeper will record only the official time. Yes.
There you go.
That's noted elsewhere.
Is there a second? Stephanie Garber. All right, give us a minute.
I need to get the wording again. I need to get the wording again. So
People will record only the official time.
am I on the right? No. Which one are we mixing? I can't. They're not.
8. Or is it 9?
Did you get his wording? This is 9. He told me it was 7. You're telling me it's 9. That's what's on 7.
Frank, can you scroll up so we can see the header? David, can you say that again?
Scorekeeper will record only the official time.
Thank you.
It's the one and only single time.
Fresh, please.
And so you can see is that, make sure that's his change.
David, you.
On the amendment.
Is there any discussion on the amendment only? Seeing none, we're going to vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Okay, that passes. So now, any further discussion on 9? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Oh, that was 8.
Let me go back to what's in people's then.
Okay.
This is really what we're agreeing. We don't have to have these.
That trying to report it.
But I think he needed
Number 3. Microphone.
I would like to propose an amendment that in G, rather than stopwatch, we would say backup. Then it would be, it'd be an F2 actually. No, just G.
Where at?
In G, where it says if only one hand stopwatch time is available, we could just say if only one backup time is available.
Okay.
This is about hand stopwatches. The subject is that.
Well, this is only about hand stopwatches.
Number 5 is about hand stopwatches.
Never mind.
You're going to race around with that timer in your hand. Okay, was there another? I thought there was another. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes.
We got 1 through 6 to go?
Yep. 1.
Just got to post in 60 days instead of 90 days in advance.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Passes. Is this just cleaning up the words? Or was it no change, but cleaning up the words?
It kind of does. So, right now, if you... So, right now, if you go online and look at our results from each rodeo, like the top 8, where it lists the all-arounds, it lists the all-arounds based on just points. But world points count your money won. So, like this year for all-arounds, it's 2 different people. It just depending on if it's world points or if it's those points on just the point values. And where this came from was back when we had a lot of rough stock people that were saying they were going to rough stock ride and maybe never showed up. They could have gone to an early rodeo, won a bunch of money in a rough stock event, only come to finals, and back then there was money in the rough stock, so they could have won a bunch of money at finals, and then won the year for the all-around just because of the money. So it was talked about then that we don't want to count the money for all-around points. So one way or the other, we need to clean it up, and that's what we try to do here. So this would make it count your world points, which is how we are awarding it this year already, but this would just clear it up.
Nipsey, I need to talk about this, so I need Nipsey to take over. I'm going to talk as a contestant. Okay, I'm going to give the chair to Mipsy because I want to talk on this. So I'm opposed to the second half of it because if we're going all year long and we're counting each event, money and points, then why are we separating the all-around? That I don't understand. Now, the rodeo, we only count just points for that all-around, but world points. Now, if the cleanup is to make sure that on the website we have world points following on all-around, that makes sense. But I think if each event is is both cumulative of what your money and your points, I don't understand why the all-around would not be.
That's why it's worded that way, because if you look at it how it says, they're combined for your events. So if you go event by event by event, you're counting your world points and your money is in there.
Yes.
So if you do it this way, it does count your money.
I thought the bottom, I'm talking about the all around.
It does. See, it says highest cumulative point total in their combined events. So you have to go event by event by event, and in each of your events, your money's in there.
Okay. But it's not just point, it's everything.
If you add it up, like David has a spreadsheet and adds up your events, your event totals have your money in there.
Yeah.
Because it's world points. I mean, if you wanted to super clarify it, you could put World Point down there.
Yeah. Number 15, David. Oh, sorry.
Lord. Where's 15? Oh, my light's gone, okay.
David Smith, CRGRA. So what I'm curious of is the all-around money the same at every rodeo? Because then it could be more of a fair playing field. If it's the same, then that money could roll up. But if the money is differently awarded at different rodeos for the all-around money, then I see it could be a problem, because some people can't go to the rodeos where they're gonna make $1,500 extra dollars, where at, say, a new rodeo, they're gonna only make $200 extra dollars. So I think it does make sense pulling out the all-around money and just using actual points and actual dollar money earned for all the events, like David was saying, and pulling out the all-around money. That's what I'm saying. If it's, you're right. That's what I'm saying. They used to have different amounts of money, David. And so that's what I'm curious about, is how can it be fair if the monies are different for the all-around payouts?
Any other discussion?
Any other discussion?
Yep.
David?
You need to go to 50 because the other
I'm going to. I've been saying something.
So, first of all, there's not very many rodeos anymore that pay for the all-around anyway. So, there's that. And then, it's hard to say, oh, it's not fair if there's more money. Well, it kind of is fair because you have to beat more people if there's more money there. So, that kind of, to me, takes care of itself anyway. And this whole intent of this wasn't fairness or anything. The intent of this was to make it consistent whether you're counting points or world points. And somewhere or another we need to be consistent. So that's why in committee we decided to go with this wording. We can happily change it to whatever wording you guys feel is appropriate, but it just needs to be the same.
Sammy?
Sammy Simpkin, Red River. Sammy Simpkin, Red River. There's a couple things, a couple points that I'd like to make. I don't understand why we don't use the same system for both things that we're doing, and just keep it consistent. On the point of, I remember, David, what you were talking about with the Rough Riders and everything, but when it, rough stock people, but when it comes to all-around points, most of them weren't qualified because they were doing like 2 events. They did camp events and rough stock stuff. So to try to keep it consistent, and I know it's going to change the whole thing here, I would like to make an amendment under paragraph C in front of point to put world points there also, just to keep it consistent all the way through.
Second. Motion to add world point.
Is there any discussion on that amendment? 3, David?
If I'm out of line, if I'm out of order, if I'm out of order, just tell me so, but we should consider then what we're gonna post online for all arounds, because then if we only post world points, then it will avoid conflict of, well, I thought I won it, but no, you won it because it's different points. So we need to consider that when we're putting stuff out.
Any other discussion on that?
David, could you really clarify on that for the folks when you're talking about different?
Okay, so right now if you go to our website and you go to the top 8 from the results of whatever rodeos, if you go in there, it places the top 8 of every event. And it's the like 50, 45, 40, those points. And so those all-around points count just the points that you got. But in world points, it's your points plus whatever money you want. So, so Greg wins all around this year, and his world points for all around would be greater than the points if you just went on our website and added up all his all arounds. So we're trying to find a way to clear that up, which if we count just world points, then, and we count world points for everything else. Your season champion in shoot dogging is world points. So if we go ahead and move this forward, then your season champion all around is also world points. Especially with the amendment where it will say world points down.
Can Frank pull up a tie?
Portrait? Oh, you decided not? You done? Okay.
To go on what David was saying is that when you go, you can get every event, but there's no all-around category for world points. So if the amendment passes, then we just need to add that, and then there's no confusion. I think that was the confusion. There's no category for all-around world points.
Number 11, portrait.
So David said if he'd like to, I'm going to propose this friendly amendment. So let's see if we can just put world point.
We already have one on the floor.
That's what's under discussion now.
Oh, he has
You have to change it.
It's not. Refresh.
Frank, can you refresh, please?
There we go. Pork chop.
That's the amendment we're discussing. Tell pork chop.
So this is what we're currently discussing, pork chop. We just refreshed. This is what we're currently discussing. Adding world points. See the bold letters right there, dear?
Go, Vanna.
My pleasure. Any more discussion? Number 3, David. How can we help you today?
So, do we need to go back to committee on this? Because there is a section that talks about all around points, and its first place is 50 and all that. Do we need to go back to committee and try to add that to this and just take that out? Or are you gonna have all around points at each rodeo that count just the points and then world points that count this?
Feel free.
We don't have to do that and get that detailed. What we need to do is on the top 8 form where you have the all-arounds, you'll have the points that are calculated for the rodeo all-arounds. To the right of that, we need a column that has world points, if that's how we're going to calculate those out towards the season world all-around.
Right, but in the book, it says all-around points are 40 or 50, 45, 40.
That's it.
And they won't be, they'll be that plus your money.
That's per rodeo. That's
So
at
we're
each
still gonna
rodeo.
keep that separate.
So we're not going to change that, no.
Any more discussion? You vote on the amendment, right? Okay. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? 1. Amendment passes. Then we go to the. Any discussion on the proposal? Number 8.
Could we have a spot that, especially for new contestants, that explains the definition of world points and the other point system so that new contestants know what the definition of those computers are? Do you understand what I'm asking? Because if you're a new contestant, you may not know the difference between world points and other points. So if there was just a spot that said, this is what world points are, and this is what the other points are. So when you're looking, when you look at your.
There's a section.
There's a section.
Any discussion?
This is the section.
All in favor of the proposal amended, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? Motion passes.
Frank, can we go to the next? I think, let me try first. You need to, I'll let y'all read it first.
We got some bold and underline. What's that about?
We were considering the underlying voltage.
Underline bold.
All the other
Should just be underlined. Let me fix that now. You might tell them that I'm fixing that so they understand.
We're correcting a typo in here, so 1 second. Our format.
So you made this. Try to refresh, Candy.
Refresh, Frank?
Hang on.
Oh, I thought you said.
I got connection to him.
She has nothing to do with
Just send that back. By request.
By request, we're going to send this one back to the committee. So Frank, if we can go to the next proposal. That one's. So this was mine. So this one. Yeah, I'd really love to. This is perfect.
Committee passed it.
No, I'm saying.
His committee took it up and passed it, and that's what.
Yeah, that's what I.
You just told me that they didn't take it.
No, I did. No, I did get taken to it. I thought that was.
Safety didn't.
Oh, I did not. Okay, I did not know that. That was a confusion. And I went right to him. Any discussion? David?
Why not 30 days?
You have to work hard.
Ask if he's going to do an amendment.
Do you would like to do an amendment, David? Okay, do I have a second? RJ? Changing it to 30 days. Any discussion on the amendment to change 60 to 30 days? And we will.
You'd have to change it both places.
Yes, we will. Any discussion on that? Well, number one.
So for clarification, you're saying 30 days now. Shouldn't there be something there after notification or something? I mean, they would need to be notified of this fine, correct? And you have 30 days to pay or something? Is that up there? Am I missing it?
Is that not a written rule already?
Yes.
That they should know when they accept or not?
I mean, I don't think you can assess a time period without notification. Does that make sense?
David?
Their invoice is their notification, the time and start date.
Any further discussion on changing to 30 days, the amendment? Frank, if you'll refresh. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, say yes. Aye. Nays? Opposed? Trying to pull you off there. Abstentions? Passes. Okay, now, on the original proposal, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Abstentions? It passes.
Yes.
Oh, well. Here we go. What's this?
This is a table just read in the documents. Copies. I take the first step. I had to snag the image of it.
Okay.
So, but above it is the rule. It's taking the lower table out. The top is the other one.
This is changing.
Yeah, pay advance with less than 7 entries, 2 days on the table, goes away. You use the top one.
Oh, paying, that's eight places now? Paying to
If you
8.
scroll down, you can see what it is. Can you scroll down just a bit, Frank?
Less than 70 entries.
Again? I mean, scroll up.
Up, scroll up.
Can you scroll up, Frank?
Frank, will you scroll upward so we can see the top? There you go. For fines.
So basically, it's saying frontage below the entry fees measure escrow account must be paid 6 places according to the table below, when there are 7 or more entries in the team funds.
So that's.
That stays.
Okay, all right, I got you.
And then we just change that to 6 places according to the table below.
Okay.
And then we take out this.
Okay. Any discussion? Oh, Michael?
Essentially, this puts the rules back in place that we had before the 2019 convention.
So this year, if there were events with 7 entries, less than 7 entries, they got the reduced payout, where we had entries of over 7. So this is just putting things back to the way they were before the past rodeo season.
This is all finals. Number 7, Will.
Will Land, Roma, New Jersey. The reason why we did this is some of these bull riders, they go out and they compete against themselves with one bull rider. They come to the rodeos and they win back basically their money. Or there may be 2 bull riders and they don't win anything. So when they go and do this, so this is a tough event. This is an event that people get hurt at. So our deal is yeah, they do this. They come to finals and they can finally win a little bit of money. So why take that away from them when they've risked their lives to come and at least have some of these events at our rodeo? And you're going to lose a lot of, we don't have a lot of them, but lose contestants in these events. Why ride to win $60 at a rodeo and not have money down the road to win? So that's why we did this.
Charlie? Hang on, she's coming.
Just to clarify, Chuck, the parts I've highlighted, where it says 2 6 places, do you have it the correct what I submitted to you, where it deletes that, where it says when there are 7 or more entries, delete that part?
Everything in highlight would be deleted. This is an exhibit embedded into it. I can't copy the font.
Okay. So basically, the payout would be that first chart was highlighted, and then the bottom part highlighted in yellow would be deleted. And it would be based on, regardless of the number of entries, pays the 6 places.
Correct.
And the finals fund would be split according to events plus the entries. Thank you.
So you're getting rid of the bottom, so now we pay 8 places? The top?
2 6 places. Or does that 6 need to be changed to 8?
Yeah, so that's the reason I was confused. This is now taking it out to 8.
So we probably need to come on that. David?
So,
David?
You want to send this?
Do we want to go back to committee? Because we should be to 8 instead of 6.
I just noticed that you've got 8 on your chart, but you've got 6 up here, so that's confusing. So you want to take that back to committee as well, since you've got another one? Or?
Can we just amend it?
No, they've already got the percentages, but that doesn't match that place.
Yeah, but if you take out
3, 6, 7, 8.
the top 6 and just put payout according to the table below, it works.
Because it's 100%. Right. So does the table need amended to not have 7?
We didn't hear that. We were talking about the paying 6 places to the table gives 8.
So,
yeah, so that is, I'll make a friendly amendment to fix that. Yeah, because that makes sense. According to what it says, paying 6 places, so discussion will go
It's a cost.
Sidebar.
Okay, this one. You're just signing entries. I got you. Michael?
Normally,
You turned it off.
Normally, the payout, if you have less than 20 contestants, would be to 4 places. So for finals, years ago, we decided to pay at finals 6 places instead of 4. And at finals, you will never have enough entries to pay out to 7th and 8th place. Those percentages are standard percentages that we pay out based on the number of entries. But for finals, we pay 6 places regardless.
7 and 8 don't count. 7 and 8 don't count,
Right.
Technically.
Exactly.
but you need to be in the bank.
We can amend the table. We can fix that, that's just an example.
Got it.
Is that Excel, you think? Is it Excel? Is it Excel originated? Yeah, I think that's what it is, and then they just took the, all the grid, right? I think so.
Charlie.
So can I make a friendly amendment to that to remove the columns which have been made?
It's editorial. It's editorial.
It's just editorial. I think, we were just discussing what I thought this was, that it can be edited.
Okay, thank you.
Just don't look at column 7 and 8.
Yeah. I think that can be fixed, just, okay. So not looking at columns 7 and 8, is there any further discussion on? David?
I believe you need columns 7 and 8. Have you come up on a rodeo that has 51 or more contestants in it?
This is just finals.
This is not just finals. Look at the title. You go up to the point system, it has columns 7 and 8. All it's saying is that for finals, you always pay to 6 places.
Okay, so.
Yeah. I don't think we need to change it, except for delete the 7 or 1. I think he's coming up with 4. Are you, David?
I guess there's 2 tables. One includes all 8 updated places, and then this is just finals. Sorry.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Abstentions. It passes. Okay, that is it for rodeo rules and. Wait a minute, remember they're gonna bring one back, just one though. So we are going to adjourn for the day. So everybody remember that Hall of Fame reception will be next door at 7:30 tonight. And remember, there's fashion police, so please wear your best dress. And that would include your Spurs. Jim? It's 9 in the morning, 9 o'clock. Michael? Girl, we're almost done. Okay, 9 o'clock in the morning. Oh, number 10.
We may not be through, y'all.
Do you want to do the class photo?
Yes, okay. We hadn't let anybody lose. There's a staircase that we want to get a photo of everybody like we've done a couple of times. So you're going to lead the charge and we'll all, before everybody takes off, will everybody, Cammie? Yep. Or do you want to do it tonight when everybody's dressed up? Okay. Or do you want to do both? How about we'll just do both? Let's do both. Before and after you get cleaned up.
If they have any questions they want to ask, please leave them here now.
Okay, if anybody had any of the questions for the nominees, please leave them with Paul. Don't forget, if you had questions for any of the nominees. Okay. 9 o'clock in the morning is when we're starting. 9 in the morning is when we're starting. We have people catching flights, so we're going to go ahead and start at 9. be tonight.
Here too, but I'm trying to like show you how to do this.
What you gonna do? You should do that. Yeah, you can tell me. Like we're not all been there.
Okay, so can I make yours?
19 what?
Very well, can I? Put it here. Johnny, thank you for your assistance today. Need to participate. You is that the first time you've read rules? You got the first time you've read rules? Well, good job.
I remember years where you had to go
You're going to have this screen on. There's the angle. Thank you. These are good. These are good. It's not nice.
But yours not, sir.
But you only know.
Oh, but you.
Now, I got you conditions of everything. I thought I was supposed to take a picture of her before and after.
We're going to do the picture. We can do the picture on the stairs before, right after here, but then they'll do one tonight on the stairs that everyone's all. Yeah, by the.
When?
By the. Well, good question.
If everybody's still lollygagging, how's that supposed to go?
I think people don't know.
I just have this out. So as soon as I get you, as soon as I get that,
I didn't remember it.
I'll send it to you as soon as I get this. Because I didn't realize it expired. So Joey sent it to me late last night. About Dylan. They close and they perhaps they can send.
Right. Okay.
Last call for the picture.
We should be.
Must I? We're going to come back here, right?
Yeah.
Let's go get the picture. If I can go get the picture, you better go.
Come on, let's go.
Mama said we gotta go.
Gotta do what Mama says.
David, Mama says we gotta get the
David,
picture.
Lisa, come get the picture.
chop, chop.
We're coming.
Chop, chop.
I lost my drink.
Run like the wind. I get up on the stairway, that's halfway to my room.
Yeah.
Done so fast, well, we can have a lot. Thank you. I take that as a compliment.
That's how it was meant.
Yes, I've been waiting all day.
Oh, no.
Since she's all over there in Oklahoma. Frozen Juno. I know, I was like, oh.
She went, I said, well, we could have done better on both sides. Y'all, like,
So just recently, it was right. It's been recent.
Yeah.
Him and Will.
And who?
And so they switched off about me. Was when Dave called Cousin Russell. He said, "What you saying?" He said, "I've never been proud to be a rep." And you did. And Russell said, "What the fuck are you doing?"
So we're really just saying.
He got Dave in the middle of it. He was mad about all that because it turned out to be a candy bag.
Yeah.
Michael said that he wanted to commend me for being telling the president that got us out of here every day early.
Okay.
See that district guy? What's in here? This is just. Oh. So you want yours? I don't have it. What if it disappears? That's what I'm saying. We could pack up everything. You don't think they'll be back? No. You told me they were lost using it. No.
So what I just have to do is that for every time we've been awarding how we just agreed to have that work all along.
But just fixed it with his own personal thing.
But even that, the way it's been done all these years.
But you know he contradicts himself. Or even, well, wait a minute, what was even better? What was even better?
Who has all that money except finals?
No, listen, nobody has all that money, but people, the other ones did, like Texas had, they had it in the events, enough money. So now you're going to, that's what I was laughing. I said, I got more points in the events than I did all around. Nobody ever gave any.
The only place that we pay all our money is in finals. Nobody else is. They put it in.
Yeah. So I did laugh.
So, I'm looking at that nice certified candidate. I'm thinking, is she not paying for it?
No.
She borrows every time.
You know what it was?
not to be repeated.
No, no, but
You either.
I'm not, I wanted him to understand what was going on.
That I did not know. That is she balls horses and she gets on the horse. Now I know.
That was, people don't know about this.
Well, I mean, when you should compensate someone for providing before, I assume she pays every rodeo.
She does some, not some.
I don't blame her.
Yeah. So now you know.
Now I know.
Now you know, but wait a minute. So I was told, so yesterday he brought this up.
Kind of put them in here, Candy.
Leave my computer here?
Hell no.
So why would you leave that?
You know, last week that barrel race I put on John Justin, that rock and roll, all of our computers. And they took, listen, and it was locked. We left, the people told us it was locked. The cleanup crew, and I'm not trying to be cruel, but the cleanup crew was.
Took them.
No, they.
Down. What are you going to say?
They were doing community service. They were doing community service. And
Baba Booey.
Yeah.
You gotta say goodnight to Cleveland.
Okay. I'm gonna put them up here on the podium.
Good night, Cleveland. Say goodnight, Cleveland, like all good rock stars.
What are these?
I don't think I'm a good rock star.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, that kind of.
Okay.
Do you have his text? Send him a text message that you stashed him up here.
Basket and buckles back there, we put those in. I'll just put them in your car. Did the people that take this stuff, take it? Who got paid?
I got the cash and she got square.
What are you talking about? Oh, the
Auction items.
What's the plan? We're gonna have a drink here or what?
Oh, no, I want to go home and we'll drink. I want to go home and we'll drink.
Okay.
Just, let's go drink at home.
Except for the whenever they were both on. No, I didn't hear this. Yeah, I mean, not that I'm, not that I'm the ear for that, so, but I don't really
That's not my case. I've been doing this stuff for so many years.
No, absolutely. I will absolutely refer to experts on things that I am not expert on. I have no qualms. I mean, I'll give myself credit for being pretty damn smart, but that doesn't mean I know everything. I can learn everything. I just don't know everything.
You coming to the party this evening?
No, I'm downtown. I live downtown, so I'm commuting, and I have to fly out tomorrow to New York for work, and I've still been, well, 5-something is the flight, so yeah, I've updated her. Oh, well, lips to God's everyone's ears. But I mentioned it to her too, and she's like, "Yeah, we should be fine." So she seems to think we're doing okay. But there's always glitches along the way. Anyway, so I have a little bit of under the weatherness, so I'd rather just be home, and I gotta, I finished I washed some laundry. It's a short trip, but I was up to needing some laundry. So I'll pack in the morning. I never pack the night before because I got to put all my stuff in. But anyway, I've got to get everything ready to just drop in the suitcase early and drive all the way back up here, do this, and drive to the airport. So that's my evening. So
What do you do for us?
Training consulting for hotels. So operations.
This place needs you.
Yeah. Well, I will say, so from what I saw and my perspective, they seem to have done a really nice job. The young lady who cleaned up at lunch, very friendly, helpful.
The staff is terrific. The problem is with the, what do you call it, the sales staff of the convention sections. And the fact that several of the workers have told me that they go through sales staff like crazy, which says there's something wrong with that.
Okay, so bad that happens to here. Also bad that people are telling guests that. Yeah, that's not a good thing to tell guests.
Well, I think a lot of them tend to think of me not a guest, but as because of the fact that
one of their
all this stuff,
fellow workers or something. Yeah. So sometimes you can, sometimes.
But when they start talking like that, it says it's really a big problem.
Yeah, ours. I do operations. The operations side of training. So, opening new hotels, and that's what's happening in New York. There's a new hotel opening up. Maybe December. Hopefully December they'll get some rooms open and get some people in there. So anyway, that's where I'm headed. There, 3 days back for Thanksgiving, back the following Sunday for a couple weeks. So,
My sister, I say she works for us. She actually runs a Navy company that rents stuff like all this. In fact, when we were in Florida and when we were in Little Rock, we got all our stuff for free.
Nice.
Because she lives in Florida. She lives less than 10 miles from the hotel. And in Little Rock, they have the contract with the hotel. And so they gave us everything for free.
Is it a large company?
No, it's not huge. It's a family-owned company that they're getting pretty busy, but they have a total of 15 employees.
Oh.
And there's some of them scattered around the country in hotels. But she has helped me a lot, particularly recommending equipment.
To you for what works well in your stuff? Got it.
What do you think of this projector? She came back and said that looks like a really good one. So I bought it.
Oh, not fair. No, that's good.
The flag.
Oh, so she would either, well, nowadays they're mounting in the.
Well, this was designed to be mounted.
Got it.
Which is why we got packed up on top of a belt buckle. It doesn't have the feet for.
I'm trying to see what's in here. There's not even any.
No, there's no projector.
There's just not a projector in the whole room. So one of the clients that I've done the most work for recently is Virgin Hotels, and they only have a handful of hotels here so far in the U.S. But it's very sleek and modern looking, and that kind of everything drops down like that's becoming more common. Drops down the ceiling, screens all come down and stuff. So it's kind of nice to see that version of it. Anyways,
okay, well we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, thanks for running up. I'm like, he's always out there, like, you see him or call on him, like, there's kind of there, he's not. We always say Frank.
Is needed.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yes, obviously. I'll broach something with you, one or both of you, because I was, you know how health and safety didn't have their, health and safety had 2 proposals in the report. So, yeah, no, I saw that y'all, I see that you split it out. I mentioned to Michael, I said, because he's, I've seen his notes, and I said, I know Frank moves them over to another folder past the fail. I said, do you use that or do you use your notes? He's like, no, those are my notes. I said, do you need them broken out? And he's like, I don't. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, maybe it makes sense to leave them all into one. And then he should make his notes. So that may come back up for future years, and then it saves these people effort and time, and maybe even you guys effort and time. They give it to you all together, you guys split it out like that. I make mine one, and then I make it all split out. So.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, it was even already, or it wasn't?
No,
it was not. Right. So I double checked with him to see if he was, because I mean, he's the one that has to know the pass-fail stuff. So whatever version of, whatever makes him know, and I thought this process was more for him.
All of this stuff, everything that you're looking at.
Yeah, yeah.
And then, I don't know, I was talking to your so this stage piece on the right, there's no wiring on that. We're gonna there's over to the stage
Yeah.
just that one piece.
I'm curious what I was thinking. What I was thinking is what I do in my communities when I have the advanced proposals, like we have to go through 7 advance. I pull up that document that I know email things like that. That just used overused. But you're not getting email, right? Do something. Get a fucking Gmail test. All of a sudden, do something. Anyway, I'll put that one aside for now. I mean, that's not our issue. That you don't get your emails. So like I send it to what you told me to send it to, or what I got to do. Anyways, so, but beside that, sorry, but yeah, beside that, what I do when those rules, I highlight them red or green, so that I know when I meet the committee, I know, hey, red failed, don't put it on the report that comes here. Like 1 and 2 weren't here. So what I could do in that case is everybody's report. In my mind, if I pulled up a report, like see my report, I was thinking of this last night, I was like, I see some of the points for this, but also something against this. My report just says the committee recommends adoption of the attached proposals. Well, all that you all have is just that's the end. Like, what are the attached proposals? Was there 1 and 2? And, you know, where's 1 and 2? Or some of those lines. So if it was one document, there would be no ambiguity. And in this out of order business right here, I couldn't keep up. I couldn't find out what they were like. Which one were they on? And they're like, oh, they're on 7. Like, why didn't they go to 1? Like, you can click out of, you can click in a different order. Like, why didn't they start with 1? They start down the line. If it's in the report, it's in the report. Yes, yeah. Right. Well, he also had underline something in there.
It's about to go flat like armor on the page.
No, well, I missed one. It had an underscore behind it. So we had to sort it differently. No, you're absolutely right. But again, had they been in this report, it's just whatever he put it in. So I think that may be a distinction. That's going to be easier for committee chairs. It's just as easy for him. Because to me, he's the ultimate user of all this information. But if we could still, no, you're right, he or that position. So if another secretary comes and says, I need something, oh, make sure you know. I think I would be happy if you guys you could highlight it in red or green, or put a little note Pascal on it or something like that, and then just save it. And that way, no matter what happens, if it was all in the report.
Everything you see there is copied over since 2000.
Sure, so but if you went to like the bylaws folder, oh, it would be bylaws and then the pass and the fail? Yeah, there's a pass and a fail.
Only the pass.
Right.
If you go over to the failed folder, you'll see.
So if I'm looking for bylaws, I have to make sure I go to the failed folder.
If you want to look at the
But maybe nothing failed. I wouldn't know that unless I went and double checked the folder. Because I see 3 to 9, and I'm like, well, 1 and 2 failed. Well, where's 1 and 2? Well, it didn't ever make it out of the committee. I know that, but that's a different thing. So I'm wondering, maybe we should grab him and be like, hey, well, for him, he's writing them down. But for future, would either a red or just like BSR-01 space failed, or did not pass, or passed, or whatever, something along those lines, I think, might for posterity. Now the minutes are supposed to record that.
because it's live online. If you know where it's at. That's not that complicated. Not like we. It's actually in an area. Every part of the server has all the source material for the archives project. The high resolution scans, the high quality photographs, everything. And it's in there. You just go to the program here, mention, and there's all this stuff.
Some of that blue had a chance to pretend this stuff that when the project was talking about all the archive stuff that I was scanning.
I have not seen it yet. But once he gets whatever he's going to, he'll probably put it in.
So we've already done all the file naming, including for research. For some reason, we figure out page slip or what have you. Hold that, yeah.
We have an incredible amount of stuff here, very interesting. He's involved in earlier score sheets. Little picture of somebody's back. Who is this person? We can go into that area and look up the contestant score sheets and figure out who it was. This is an interesting picture of some of the history stuff. Came out of Roundup magazine. And it's trough urinal. I think it was a picture. Trough rodeo, or trough urinal. It's got, I think it's got 4 or 5 calories.
Man, you're trying to come down with a boulder now.
And 3 of them have got straw
And it's just lingering. So it's the, yeah.
And the black cat. And so, because I had the numbers in rodeo, I was saying, I looked up what it was. The black cat was,
You just ended this one, just drag it on, and I was just run all in one.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
So that part is on, the injection is just on.
Andy, Andy, the guys,
Sometimes, then I take a little bit of straight, but I cut my,
the picture was obviously set up. But I found out a straight brother or someone.
Straight guy thing, I thought,
Oh, really?
I mean, it's been late, you know, it wasn't bad.
Yeah,
that's not.
So.
Yeah, it's been interesting reading through some of this stuff. Most of the stuff that I've been did so far predates me. So it's interesting to watch some of the
Back to-
stuff that we're reading through.
Back to people that died from it. My quote was left way less than any goal ever had. So that's where it is. I made it focus on it.
Not a lot of things.
Yeah.
Make sure it's
Sort of like what we have here.
you know, a whole bunch of other shit. Years was dry. Dry coffee.
That's where I was in the store.
I was drinking up the front of it.
Yeah.
But deep here, you can rest.
Yeah. I can tell it's just kind of, you know, that's the wings of
So it seems to have gone away, started here, and went here, and it seems to be continuing its way back to the top, so. It's still
going out.
Yeah, hopefully.
So I'll keep chugging on stuff that I can send to this.
I like it.
Yeah, those are nice too. I don't have any more.
But I'm terrible.
I need to go to one that is
Sucker for
do that.
sour apples and Jolly Rancher.
The Jolly Rancher, yeah. So there's a great, I think, more. I guess it was on the diet restaurant, diners, restaurant, show, whatever. Oh, yeah. It's my favorite thing for joint scouts. I don't do it all of it, but I've tried plenty of them over the years. Well, that does it like a fried bologna sandwich. It's not bad, right? Well, they got iced tea. Just regular black iced tea. They've also got this one black unsweet. Also a black unsweet iced tea. Jolly Rancher flavor. Ooh. The green one. Oh. So you sit there and think, oh, is that good or disgusting? Because you know sometimes fruit tea is either too sweet. I think unsweet tea is completely unsweet. I like tea. So fruit tea is often sugar and fruit. This one isn't. What's it like? So I put into it. A little bit of Jolly Rancher fruit. Oh. Well, that's not bad. Now, I don't know that I want a whole glass with my meal. It's not, you would probably, it's not too sweet. It's not, it's not, there's no sugar in it at all, so it's not sweet at all. That's what I'm saying. It's not, it's surprisingly inoffensive to somebody who doesn't want too much sugary drinks.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what you like?
Because usually I put my, usually unsweet tea, I put a sweet clove. Because some of fun to use that better. But, that, I would have out there.
Right. Yes, yeah, I mean, I started drinking. I don't like, I hadn't used to. I would drink sugar, I would put anything diet. Sugar tea, sugary drinks. But I just, that's an easy thing to get out of life. I'm not a coffee guy, so every morning I have one Dr. Pepper. Can, a little bottle of whatever, Dr. Pepper. I don't even finish it always. Sometimes one sugary drink. The rest of the day is either water or unsweet tea, unless it's beer or wine or something. Sometimes water and unsweet tea, because I don't want artificial flavors. I don't want diet sodas. I don't want that. I don't want artificial flavor. I guess you have to get used to it. I decided I'd rather drink like tea, nothing in it, than fake sugar. So that's what I do. But it's much easier. Life is much easier without tea bag with your water. You're good to go. I travel, even when I travel for work, I take my cold brew tea bags. Yeah. Like a 32 ounce. Dickie's barbecue here.
Oh, yeah.
The big yellow cup of Dickie's barbecue. Go to Dickie's, good snacks. So I'll take a cup of that, like a cup. Cold brew tea bags. It's one tea. The tea bags are big. It's 4 per ounce, so 1 per quart. That's a quart. Take my little clip, put the tea bag, clip on, put it in their hotel fridge. I got my ice good to go.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, take them all over the world.
That's wonderful. That is wonderful.
Yeah, when you travel all over the world, you want to try to find more than countries at home.
Yeah, I believe that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still did all of it.
Tried some, did the same. Bought another one from another company, did the same thing. So I you're going to have to talk. New server myself. And I put my own server, which is number 2, which is supposed to be this now. So we moved that one over right here. But every time I try to make some sort of configuration, something else happens. That I had to sit right. Because I one continuous name ever since July. Almost everybody started the process. All of this stuff has worked perfectly for the last month and a half until I didn't do this work. I haven't had any problems whatsoever. And now nothing works. And of course, I didn't find that out until basically this morning. Yeah, because I didn't have access to put all this stuff together. I had no screens up. I had no tables for the projectors on. I didn't have access to put all these cables in until I had to get that last night. I'm going to think a little bit more. I think we'll do here first. I'm not a
misspelled the name in my report. Scott Cobb.
Yeah, I know.
Applicant.
Yeah, Scott Pop.
Yeah, can you go in my university report and have it that name? I know his name tag a bunch today.
Yeah, Scott Pop. Well, he screwed up too. He didn't even have him as a voting delegate, but he called him Scott Kintu.
Maybe that's where you got it. Well, I got it because I was trying to read some form. Read it. But, I asked somebody else and we just kind of guessed. And I didn't really pick up on it, but, you know, I don't know if I have the details say that way, so.
He's a big old bear for the mission. Big, nobody, yeah.
Okay. One that, no, that's Winston.
Winston, from Cedric.
He said right back here.
That's why I haven't seen that.
Well, I may have seen him, I'm just not, he's been focused on something else.
I know.
Okay, so what's, let's see, the thing here is starts at 7:30. Posted. Apparently they have their guys out of work and so they're ready for 6.
So I had,
Did I show
I had,
you? Did I show you?
I had to call Robin, say, Robin,
I heard you talk about it.
she said, I just talked to him. And I said, Robin, he needs to talk to him because he's got paperwork that says something here. You'll give you another one. No, man. It's good for
This
you.
was just basically right.
But I think.
Of course, it doesn't count.
It'll be like little puppies, like sniffing.
Cell phones,
They'll be the same.
laptops, and things like that.
I'm gonna get on that microphone more than
Well, they wouldn't show.
you know,
And don't say a name.
and for the right amount of money, I will give you. I will give you a name.
Oh, I missed one.
Oh my God.
Here's another one. I gotta keep looking.
Pixel.
Okay, well,
Oh, I love the pixels.
that's okay.
I don't like a lot of the
Oh,
others.
it's okay, that's a dark time.
The biggest thing I don't like is they keep changing things. If you're still able to do something a certain way and then they change it, they upgrade it, and everything is changed. You got to, basically, you got to write the whole thing all over again. And that happened in
David
the
Lawson.
last 6 months. That's not David Lawson's David.
This isn't.
Oh, I guess it is.
Excuse me.
He sits all the way over here. No, you just.
No, I'm sitting right here. Yeah, because
Channel.
they have to go through it and get to the, get his mic. That he was
7 channels.
on there.
Go on, put one of these little.
Their main readings there.
Thank you. So we put that one and pork chop with.
Let's see what our plan is. You're going to that thing tonight, yeah, very cool. You're going to the thing tonight, yeah?
I'm supposed to.
Okay, cool. Gentlemen, thank you.
They
so much.
asked me to dress up, and this is as dressy as I brought, so guess what? This is my
Well,
dress
this is
up.
as dressy as I brought, so I'm taking my ass on.
All right, I'm gonna see you around.
Are we doing from the, I'm on the side for a reason. My car's over there. Do you want to chill out here a little bit? Don't care. Visit, what is your, other than sleep, what is your thought?
Okay, that was the other one, just screw. Siri. Hey Siri. Call Dave Lawson.